It's the board's practice that prior to commencement of our board meeting and before calling the meeting to order, that a prayer be given. The board member who delivers the prayer may make reference to his, her, or her own religious faith, just as you might refer to yours when offering a prayer. We wish to emphasize, however, that members of all religious faiths are welcome not only in these meetings, but in our community as well. The participation of all citizens in the process of self-government will help our Board of Supervisors to better serve the good people of Mecklenburg County. And I'm going to ask Mr. Franklin if he would bring us prayer.
Let us pray. Oh, Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in a meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bond of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that might affect the people of Mecklenburg County, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. And Lord, also at this time, we'd like to have a special prayer there for help Mr. Spain get back to his health and get back to normal, Lord, and help him get back to full going again, Lord, as soon as possible.
Yeah.
We ask all these things in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. All right, at this time, I will call this meeting of the Mecklenburg County Board of Supervisors to order. I do one little housekeeping matter. If you would, please either mute or turn off your cell phones so that we don't have those interruptions during our meeting. Appreciate that. At this time, I would ask that you stand for the pledge to the flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, Board, you have in your packet the minutes of October 11th, 2022 meeting. If there are no corrections, I would need a motion to approve those minutes as presented.
Motion approved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve the October 11th minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, the agenda that you have before you, I do have one addition. We'll make it on second page or under, we'll call it I-1. And it's going to be an EMS committee report. That's the only changes that I have to the agenda. Anyone else have anything they wish to add or delete at this time? If not, Chair would entertain a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
Mr. Chair, I so move.
Motion to adopt the amended agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And we've got several public hearings this morning, and I want to remind everyone about the board's policies when it comes to our public hearings and also our public comments. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes, and the time limit will be strictly enforced. There's a timer light to the left of each speaker over there in front of Mr. Carter. When the green light turns yellow, the speaker will have 1 minute remaining. When the yellow light turns red, the speaker's 3 minutes have elapsed. Citizens' comments is an opportunity for individuals to address the board. The board will not answer questions or engage in dialogue with any persons addressing the board during citizens' comments. If each speaker will provide his contact information, including telephone number and email address, on the sign-up sheet at the back of the room, county staff will follow up, if necessary, concerning matters addressed to the board by the speaker. So would appreciate if everyone would adhere to those rules. Thank you. Our first public hearing is a special exception permit by Michael Crutchfield. Mr. Hendrick?
You have an application by Michael Crutchfield for a special exception permit to allow for 3 RV hookups. This property identified as county tax number 115000-07-D. Zone agriculture is located on the south side of Highway 1, approximately 1,000 feet west of the intersection with Route 650, Dockery Road, Election District 4, County of Mecklenburg. Reference deed book LR-9-4092.
Anyone representing Mr. Crutchfield wish to make any comments prior to public hearing? If not, the public hearing is now open to consider this special exception permit application by Michael Crutchfield. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one, public hearing is now closed. What's the pleasure of the board?
Were there any comments?
No,
during
sir.
Planning Commission?
I think it was unanimously recommended by the commission. That is District 4. Can I get a motion?
I so moved.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I
didn't-
didn't hear you.
I didn't at first.
No. Okay.
I was
All right.
trying to figure.
Your motion to approve.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the special exception permit. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Second is a special exception application by David and Tammy Williams.
You have an application by David and Tammy Williams for a special exception permit to allow for a horse ranch for boarding and training horses in competition events, as well as a small farm with 2 ranch-style residences, a hospitality house, and 4 cabin rentals. This property identified as county tax number 6000-05-003. Zone agricultural is located on the north side of Route 728, Union Chapel Road, and is approximately 1 mile west of its intersection with Route 781, 1 Mile Road, Election District 1, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-21-2684.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone representing David and Tammy Williams wishes to speak prior to public hearing?
We're David and Tammy Williams. We are petitioning to have a special use for a small farm that's going to include training horses. We will be residents on the property with my daughter and son-in-law. Also 4 cabins. The events are not commercial, and I have proof of those written out by the MA3 Code of Regulations. Is for the Mounted Archery Association, and those are organized and to be operated exclusively for charitable and educational purposes. It is not for profit of any type of earnings.
Pull that microphone down.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is to provide educational opportunities and resources to the public about mounted archery, its history, historical styles, disciplines, and practices, to support, encourage, and facilitate the expansion of mounted archery as an equestrian sport, and to establish and propagate international standards for competition, constituted educational and training programs. Now, Annabelle is, a trainer. That's what she does for a business. She's 20 years old, going on 21. She's been doing it ever since she's been 4. But we are a family that wants to live on the same property, and that's why we have 2 residents. They're very small. They're not, large homes. My son-in-law was not able to come because we rode back from Tampa, Florida, because of the competition that Annabelle's in, and she placed second in her division. She's only been doing mounted archery for a year and a half. But, you know, to have grandchildren that love to work, they have a great work ethic, they bring to the community so much. And that's what I see that is missing in so many communities. When you talk about communities, we know about communities. We bought a preservation style, through Preservation North Carolina, a home, and we restored it. And I have certificates of keeping it authentic to the area and everything that we've done. It is sweat equity, and it's a lot of money to invest into what we want for our home and a homestead for our family. But it is not a commercial carnival, you know, rodeo, nothing like that. These events are generally held once a year, 2 days to 3, if you climb it to that many members. But they travel all through the United States. Annabelle has competed in 5 different states now, and the ages are 14 to 70 doing mounted archery. It's pretty impressive, and they want to get it into the Olympic sports. You know, we're grandparents that support our grandchildren and children in whatever they do, but it's a home. And my son-in-law wrote this letter, and we sent it out to, you know, all the ones that were petitioned against it, so I hope they received it. You know, we had the addresses off of the piece of paper.
We also have some copies if the board wants some.
Yeah, would you like to see the letter?
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
We're good.
And so, you know, he's just backing it up. He loves the farm. That's why we purchased the property in this area. It took us a year and a half to find the right property, and we're of Christian faith, so we pray about every decision that we make. And so we went around, and it's very common, and it's a community that I want to be a part of. We're also faith-based. My daughter and son-in-law are pastors. And when you say community, we're active in our community. We are helping people and families constantly. They're educated, you know, both of them received their bachelor's. And my granddaughter has a business degree. So we didn't do this just half, you know, just on a whim. It's been years of planning this for a homestead where we can produce off the land, and she can do, you know, a home business that she enjoys and bring others in the community to a knowledge of taking care of horses and sports. You know, all around here is sports, is fishing, hunting, whatever it is. Ours is the love of horses, and we do care for things. And to the standards, the reason why we want the cabins is because my standards are way up here. I would not send any of these, you know, competition leaders to the motel in town. It's not something that I feel comfortable with because of the standard of it. If you look in this area, any place that you can stay, even the campgrounds book up and you can't even get a campground. And these people travel, you know, Elizabeth Tingman is #1 in the nation, and they have a huge farm in Tennessee, and she goes around the country getting this knowledge out to all ages. Like I said, if you ever see these people ride, they have to ride without their hands and shoot archery off of, you know, but all the grounds, it's things that are just picked up after the 2 or 3 day event. It's just picked up, it's
It goes
gone.
back the way it
You know, the targets, the runways or whatever. You have the gravel maybe, you know, it's a certain type of packed dirt that you have to have through the pastures. But it doesn't really change the effect. And we're, like I said, we're very interested in keeping it. The dream board is something that we put together a couple of years ago, and it's gonna look like agricultural, but we're gonna live on that property. You know, and we want a home business that will sustain us. And so
All right.
that's what we have to offer.
All right.
And the reason for the special permit, when we bought the property, I wanted to get it perked in 3 different locations because of what I'm doing here. I did not want to cut each piece off. I'm trying to preserve it the best I can. You see so much that if it was cut off, then all of a sudden, if times get tough, they go ahead and sell a piece, then sell a piece, then sell a piece. And the same thing with a farm, you know. You see farms around, I see some farms for sale. And the owners may have passed away and have passed on to the next generation. They say, we don't want it, we'll sell it. You know, and I'm trying to keep everything together to make it harder for them to sell and distribute, you know? So we have more of a control of who's there. But, you know, these farms getting sold, what's it gonna take? Gonna take a developer, come in, buy one piece of property, and all of a sudden, everything's gonna change.
And we know that.
And we're trying to preserve it the best we can.
We know that because his father, that his father's family owned in the Research Triangle in Durham. And we are the only grandchildren that still own property there. And my son just bought that property from us and restored the home. So we know, we're really heartfelt on that, to keep things and preserve them so that the community doesn't change. You know, my son lives in GlaxoSmithKline, all that research, I mean, it's just encroaching on them in that.
They
Used to
sold
be,
their subdivisions, apartments,
you
everything.
know,
popping up
and
everywhere.
he said,
All right.
I want that property then, you know?
Okay.
And so we still have some acreage there and he moved into the house last year.
All right, okay,
That's it.
all right, thank you. Mr. Hendrick, every time they have an event, will they be required to get any kind of permit?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you a
And
question.
is there any limitations on the size of the event as far as attendance and all that?
The planning commission did not put that as a stipulation for the approval. But,
Okay.
I mean, the board can if they want to.
I can give you some terms just from the last event that we just came from, because we did some homework on that. So, if Annabelle was to, you know, grow the business, it starts off small. For the events in this area, they travel to the area, and they might have, 24 to, I think the max is, 38, competitors, because it's based on the size and, you know, the runs, all that is time consuming. So they try to do it within a 2-day event. And the one that she did in Tennessee, last, 2 weeks ago, there was, 35, which was max, so they went to 3-day event. We're not, it's a lot to put on an event with people and making sure that they're, you know, situated, parking, all that. You have to have a lot of volunteers. But they had 35, and I think they had maybe 50 people. And so the trailers, this Saturday, there was 27. There was 6 local, and everyone else came from other towns. That was on a 10-acre property. And that you rope off, I mean, I can leave you some information about looking, you know, up this organization. They are very clean, very organized, everything's safety. Elizabeth really has taught everybody from the ground up, the regulations and everything. And, you know, we want it to go into the Olympic sports. That's the goal. And I would love to have my granddaughter be a part of that. But it takes years and a lot of work to do.
Okay, all right, very
One
good.
other thing I want to say, this is not gonna happen overnight. This is a 3 to 5 year plan to build as we go. And it's gonna take some time. I'm gonna try and pay for it as I go and have it paid for by the time we finish.
Okay,
How many events do you say? One a year?
Yeah, well,
Maybe 2?
maybe 2, spring and fall,
Okay, so that, other than that, it'd be very low traffic.
except for, you know, training or whatever.
Right.
Maybe 2 or 3 people a day or something like that. It'd be pretty small.
Okay.
At these events, will there be any outdoor fires like camping or making fires at night for roasting or anything of that nature? At these events, will there be any campfires at night?
No.
Not at all?
They typically have living quarters in there.
Trailers.
Okay,
But we do want, you know, a couple of trailers because we went down there, we had to pay hundreds of dollars to stay somewhere.
okay.
You know, you're not there and then you have to get up, you know, 5 o'clock in the morning to get.
So how about when the show is going? How the megapixels of your sound system? How wide would it? Do you
Oh,
think
it'd
it'll
be
travel?
small.
Small.
It'll be right there, right at the track. It ain't gonna
Okay,
be
so it's
very-
not going to be something that's
And
the whole
if we
community
fit
can
it,
hear.
It'll be at the back of the property.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I did some tests on the sounds and
They had some small Bose speakers about that tall, just for the audience. There was probably about 50 people here watching.
Okay. And so I guess you're going to carry insurance for any damages that may occur.
yes. And
Okay.
the organization does have some too, that backs it up, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions of these folks? All right, if not, the public hearing is now open to consider the special exception permit application of David and Tammy Williams that we've just heard discussed. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter, please come forward at this time. I will remind you about the 3-minute limitation, please.
Good morning.
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 There was a petitions given to the zoning commission. I'd like to present that to the board of supervisors as well.
We have.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Please state your name.
There was a few extras added since then. If you
Please
all-
state your name.
Yes, sir. Stephen Todd Yancey.
Pull that mic, is that microphone turned on?
Yeah.
I'm having.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's
better.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you.
And I was going to give you a copy of what I'm going to talk about today as well. So just in case you want it. Whenever y'all.
Go ahead.
My concerns for the my concerns are the 4 rental cabins and the proposed 2 competition events per year. With as much upfront investment to construct the houses, cabins, barn, septic systems, wells, riding ring, and a hospitality, which up till this morning, no one could give me a hard definition of what that actually was. It is hard for me to accept that there will only be 2 competition events, which was stated at the zoning commission meeting, per year, and only a place for family, friends, and competitors to stay during these competitions. The need to recoup their investment leads me to believe there will have to be multiple events throughout the year, plus the continuous rental of the 4 cabins per year round. The petition signed by 19 residents from Highway 49 to the stop sign at the intersection of 1 Mile Road and Union Chapel, and from Highway 49 to the stop sign at the intersection of Union Chapel and Henrico Road. How were these 19 residents not considered? During the zoning commission meeting, the number of people on the petition were read, but it seems like they were not considered. Was this investigated? It is my understanding that Mr. Philip Sharp is a pastor, and I learned that through his letter. If after 7 to 10 years, he and his family are called to serve the Lord many hours away from this residence, and they must sell this property, the next owners may not be as quiet as they propose to be. If any of the 9 board members or those on the zoning commission were one of the 19 residents in this area, would you want to take the chance that this is not going to turn into more than just 2 events a year, now or in the future? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Lady and gentlemen. My name is Diane Yancey. I live on 3781 1 Mile Road, Buffalo Junction. My number is 3748916. I appreciate the time to speak to you all this morning, for those of you I've spoken to this week. Like the Williamses, we are a religious family. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 churches within just a 2-3 mile radius of our home. We do attend one of those. What my concern is with the Williams having this business of horse equine business, they want the variance on the 28 acres on Union Chapel Road, which this is Union Chapel Road, this is 1 Mile Road. I can see their farm from my home. I can hear the competitions. I'm sorry, thank you. I'm short. I can see and hear what they do on their 28 acres, and I understand what they want to do. We have grandchildren also. One of them used to ride horses, but now she's 19 years old and she wants to be a nurse instead. So, but let me give you some information about the Union Chapel Road. Some of you are familiar with it because you know that area. The surface on Union Chapel Road is 15 feet to 17 feet wide. We already have 2 school buses that come back and forth on this road. Your horse trailers are 8 feet. Your school buses are 8 feet. You have to pass on this road. When you do so, somebody's got to get off the side of the road. I realized that the other day. I was coming home from a haircut, met a dump truck. I just kind of stopped and got out of his way. There's a pipe in the surface of this road. It's 4 feet in diameter, 28 feet long, about 100 feet from the blind curve. There are deep gorges on each side, and the surface of this particular part of the road is only 16 feet. So in the past, we have had 1 school bus that has been sideswiped by a trailer, but thank the good Lord that did not hurt anyone, and it happened on a straight stretch of road at the old railroad crossing. And my son talked about the workers, the occupants, the residents in this area. We have healthcare workers that work at Duke Hospital. We have teachers at Halifax, a professional firefighter in Durham, a deputy in Mecklenburg County, mental health worker, a worker at Baskerville Correctional Center, and others. So she had alluded to their farm family, and we appreciate that, but we would like to keep it a quiet farm family community. And our residents already complained about the condition of the road, but we haven't been able to get anything done about it lately. And we don't need any more stress for our school buses than we already have. Our county has done a wonderful job with their drivers getting children back and forth to school with no accidents. But the 25 people on our petition that we gave to you this morning, there are a few more than last week. We have 14 minorities and 11 white in this community, plus others that we haven't been able to speak to. So we would like for you as a board, and I know this is what you do, that's your responsibility, to listen and take into consideration our concerns. If you decide, yes, we'll welcome these people, that's just what we are. But I hope that they will be true to their word in saying that
Okay,
they'll
thank
be
you, ma'am.
quiet.
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
You all have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good day.
You ready?
Yeah. Hi, my name is James Bates, and I'm here on behalf of Delphine Washington. She couldn't make it today. We're a couple. She's my fiance. We live at 249 Union Chapel Road, Buffalo Junction, Virginia. My telephone number is 703-409-8173. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. I am James Bates, and I'm here on behalf of her too. We understand this will benefit the county in numerous forms. Increased tourism, the planning board mentioned, probably revenue, and I appreciate that. Our goal is to make sure we are able to maintain our style of living. That's why we moved there. I'm actually from that area. She's from Greensboro. She loves it there. It's quiet, loving community. Everybody gets along. Everyone knows everybody. And I'm not saying we wouldn't know the Williamson. They seem like a nice people. We like the quietness, the country, the agricultural style of living. I'm a cattleman. I own 30 head of Black Angus cows. Been doing it for about 12 years. But there's a small road, like previous people talk about, that run through the community, and I think safety is a concern. And I think that with this proposed development, they're gonna come more concerns. Okay, with increased traffic, from the current construction of the road. Rarely do we encounter sirens in this area. Matter of fact, I work in Durham, and working in Durham and living in Buffalo Junction is two different things. I never heard a siren in I don't know how many years. And I don't want to hear any from somebody breaking their neck or like leg or anything like that. I also don't want to hear any noise. It's quiet on the weekends. I work 12-hour shifts. You know, maybe I won't be there, but I normally am off like 4 days a week. And I think noise would be an issue there. And I didn't buy that property for the listen to noise and everything. I like the quietness, a gunshot in the distance, a dog barking, or a cow mooing maybe twice a day. That's about it. I don't want to hear a loudspeaker, interfere with me, trying to just sit back and relax on my back porch or anything like that. I think that that road going through Union Chapel Road where we live, and I'll tell you, my property is right next to theirs more than any other person in this room today, at least 200 or 300 yards. Okay, and she stated that the speaker would be loud and the arena would be in the back of the complex. Well, that's where I live. Okay, so I'm gonna get the most of this noise, and I hope I don't. Horse trailers traveling on that road with 18-wheelers and dump trucks and everything. It's going to be an issue. It's tight, and I think that would be a concern for a lot of people.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
All right, thank you
for
very
listening
much.
to me.
My name is Edward Yancey. I live at 378 1 Mile Road. My telephone number is 3748916. I'm going to use the criteria in which the planning board had their meeting on. They said to provide more tourism for the county. First thing we need to look at before we start tourism on a 1 mile on a road that's too narrow for people to get up and down. Tourism is people that come here from places they don't know about. And if they don't know the area, they are dangerous on the road. It's to be determined by the public welfare. That covers so much territory, I'm not even going to talk about it. It will affect adversely. They say it will not affect health adversely. These people are going to wash out horses. They're going to clean horses. What I want to know is, are they going to have a pit to catch the water that runs off when they have soap and detergent and whatever they wash horses with? Are you going to catch this water? After you catch it, what are you going to do with it? It's on a small farm. It will run off into the neighbor's drainage very quickly. It's a small farm. The water will run down the creek, and our animals and in the area will drink this water. Is that going to be a problem? Environmentalists already on everybody about keeping the water clean. Well, this is not going to be clean water if you're dumping water, soapy water down a creek that's very close to your property. There's not much you're going to do with it. Safety. This road safety has been discussed, but I'm going to go into it a little bit further. When you're running 45 miles an hour and run up on a sharp curve and you hit head on, that's 90 miles an hour of impact. Who's going to take care of it? We don't have a rescue squad around here to mount anything. Who's going to cover that? Oh, we got insurance to cover that. Is that going to be the answer for putting this in and not doing anything about it? You have the opportunity today to stop this thing today before it gets started. When you voted on this thing down here at South Hill, the state told you they were not going to put up a stoplight on that road. You didn't listen. Now how many people are going to be killed before you find out what we're going to put up there? The neighbors, the people in this neighborhood have voted against it. What does a no vote mean in this county? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I addressed some of the questions.
All right, seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Then could address some of the questions.
I'm sorry?
Can I address some of the questions?
No, sir. Thank you. All right, the public hearing is closed. What's the pleasure of the board?
That is my district, Mr. Chairman. Due to the conditions and concerns of the resident of that area of District 1 that I'm in, that I represent, I move to decline the special exception permit. That's a motion.
So, yep, your motion is to not
Yes, sir.
allow the special exception
Yes, sir.
permit. Okay, we have a motion not to allow the special exception permit. Any discussion on that motion?
Does it check off all the ordinances, things we have in place?
I'm sorry, Jim.
Does it check off all the ordinances we have in place?
It's-
Rob?
Well, the plan commission voted, let's see,
It's 2 against,
yeah, 6-2 or something like
Yes,
that.
they did.
Yeah, 6.
so it complies with the ordinances.
Yes, sir.
Within the county.
Any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, this would be a vote to deny. Mr. Brinkley?
No. No.
Mrs. Lundy?
To deny?
To deny?
Yes?
Yes. Mr. Tanner?
No.
Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jennings?
No.
Mr. Hargrove?
Yes.
Mr. Wilkinson?
No.
Mr. Barber?
No. The motion is denied. Do we have a motion to approve the special exception permit? Do I need a motion to approve?
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve?
Nobody wants to make it.
You, Mr. Jones.
All right, if we don't get a motion to approve, it will be denied.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the special exception permit. Any discussion on that motion?
Just that I think it's gonna be a nice facility. I think it's gonna be something that the area can actually be proud of, once it's fully developed. And I don't see that nothing's gonna be doing at night. There's not gonna be a bunch of noise at night. This would be a daytime affair, and I believe it'd be all right for the community.
All right, so we have a motion to approve.
I think, Mr. Jones, if someone were concerned about the number of events, would you like to limit the number of events per year? You could do that. If
Well,
you
I
wanted to say,
had said 2.
okay, if you would say 2, 4, whatever you want to, that would, I think, take some of the concerns of the community that they thought it would be run all the time. You could take those comments and put those as conditions
was
of
the main
that
thing.
permit.
Was the events. I didn't have an issue with horse training, and, people being there and staying in cabins while their horses being trained. That 4 cabins is not that much. But I did have a problem with the events and the traffic on those. But at 2 a year, I think enough accommodations could be made to take care of the traffic, enough signs and what have you about slowing down and the facility coming by, people coming there to the facility.
You think
All right, so-
the appropriate number? You think 2 is the appropriate?
I think 2 is. I mean, just like they were stating, it takes a lot to pull off an event. You just don't do it every other weekend. It requires a lot of planning.
Would you include that in your motion?
So, to clarify the motion's been made to approve the special exception permit
For the operation, and have 2.
with
no
a
more
maximum of 2 events per year.
And they could, at a later date, once they get this up and running, everyone in the community sees how it's going. If they want to say, okay, we're going to go to 4 events a year, we're going to do one every whatever,
Well,
they could come back and apply at that point.
And I think we should define that as 2 events every 12 months.
Right.
Not-
Calendar year.
Right.
I just thought that might
Yeah, I'm
help
glad
the
you did
community.
that
There
way.
was a concern
That's what
there.
I
That
had
was,
said.
okay, no problem, sir. Sorry, just Staff was just thinking out loud based upon comments up. Sorry.
All right, any further discussion on that motion?
Yeah, so if they do that, Mr. Chairman, would they go back to the resident of the community and let them know how they will grow within the 12-month period in case they increase the events?
If they increase the events, they gotta come back before you all.
Gotta come back.
All right, any other discussion or questions? All right, Jenny, roll call.
This is to approve. Mr. Brinkley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lundy,
No.
Mr. Tanner?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Jennings? Mr. Hargrave?
No.
Mr. Wilkinson?
Yes.
Mr. Barber?
Yes. All right, motion is carried. The special exception permit is approved with the understanding there's only 2 events per year. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on, we have application from James and Murray Kelly.
You have an application by James and Mary Kelly for a special exception permit to allow for a second. This property identified as county tax number 03600-010-001. Zone agriculture is located on the south side of Highway 47 at its intersection with Route 660 Old Cox Road. Election District 7, County of Mecklenburg, reference deed book LR-22-401.
Okay. Anyone here representing James and Murray Kelly that wishes to speak before a public hearing? All right, if not, the public hearing is now open to consider this special exception permit. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter, please come forward at this time. All right, seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the pleasure of the board? Y'all are quiet this morning.
It is. It's on 47, so.
Isn't it Jennings?
That's District 7.
It's Jennings, isn't it? That's Jennings.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next, we have a rezoning application from Wilson Ray. Mr. Henry?
Application by Wilson Ray to rezone from residential R2 to business B1 to allow for a used tire shop. This property identified as county tax number 139000-A-029. Zone as residential R2 is located on the west side of Highway 618, Marengo Road, and is approximately 1 mile south of its intersection with Highway 627, Galden Road. Election District 4, County of Mecklenburg, reference D book B&P 314-606.
Okay. Anyone here wishing to speak on behalf of Mr. Ray? Yes, sir. Come forward.
My name is William Hill. I live at 153 Indian Trail, Bracy, Virginia. Mecklenburg County is growing, population. They need new businesses.
Hang on a second. Are you Mr. Ray?
No, sir, I'm Mr. Hill.
All right, we'll get to you. The public hearing is not open yet. Yeah, I'll get you in just a second. Hold that thought. All right, so no one's, Mr. Ray's not speaking, so the public hearing is now open to consider this matter. Yes, sir, you can bring your comments. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Hey, and I get to start the timer this time. I'll get to start the timer this time.
Okay. I mean, Mecklenburg's growing, population with Microsoft, and I mean, there's a lot more businesses going to be moving into the area. I mean, there's no, I'm trying to start a business here at this location with Mr. Ray, and I mean, all we're trying to do is get it, set up proper with the county.
Okay, all right. Okay, any questions this gentleman?
I do. I know you had put on the application used tire shop, but what else will you be doing there?
Just tires.
Just tires.
Used tires, yeah.
Okay.
Where do you get these tires?
I buy them in Norfolk. I got a tire shop in Norfolk.
Oh, okay.
They get tractor trailers of those things.
Huh?
I've got a guy in Charlotte in front of ours that he is in between guy and getting whole tractor trailer loads. and
Yeah.
things.
It's tough to
There's a
find.
big-
There's
there's
not
a
many
big business
tire
for used
shops up
tires.
here in Mecklenburg. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this matter, please come forward.
I think Ms. Upton, you signed up? Yes, ma'am. You can speak on this separate from, yeah, come on up. Sorry.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
First I'd like to say I'm a Christian. This thing has really bothered me, okay? My mother lives at this property adjoining Wilson Ray's property. First of all, my name's Ann Upton. Represent Betty Clyburn, my mother. She's 92. I live 93 Young Road, Boydton. She's at 2809 Marengo Road, right beside this property. Her health is not good. She did not want to come today, so I'm handling all this for her. I have a petition here with family members, adjoining land members, and anybody that would be affected by this. This property that he wants to get rezoned is 150 feet by 100 feet. It's not really large enough to do much. The well on this property does not belong to Wilson Ray. It belongs to adjoining landowner, Tommy and Joanne Powell. The septic tank is on his property, but the drain fields are located on my mother's property. Right now, he's been running flea market since 1984. It's been a complete mess, and I'm not trying to throw anybody up under the bus. It is an eyesore. I sent y'all all the paperwork last week with pictures, the size of the property, and a letter stating just the facts about it. Mama lives by herself. It's a very quiet community, very rural. There's no commercial property on this road that I know of. You either go to La Crosse, you go to Bracy. She's halfway in between. I don't want a tire shop next to her. I know that will be noisy. Anytime you change tires, I don't think it's just going to be selling tires. I think it's going to be a lot of noise there and maybe a lot of people coming that, who knows, might not be good for her personal safety. And another thing, whenever people come to shop that flea market, they always block that driveway coming into her house. And yes, she has another driveway, but I don't think that's the point. And then one day he told a friend of hers that came to visit her, she said, "Can you get one of your customers to move their vehicle?" And he said, "Hey, they can use the other driveway." Mama has put up with this a lot, and the reason we haven't really said anything is because she didn't want to rock the boat. But now this is different. I appreciate that.
Anyone else?
You see the place?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I was just.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's probably in my district, and I did go speak to Mr. Ray. He and I discussed the clutter that is there now. He did say that if this gentleman did take over this business, all of that would be gone. They would be moving all of that out. The building that's there, to go back a little bit, was a store, back probably 50 years ago. Even before zoning, because I talked to Robert about this, that it was a store there before we had zoning. When zoning came in 90, it was just grandfathered in as a store. Then it moved into basically the flea market type of thing. But of course now they want to move it into a business district or business zoning. I understand Ms. Upton's concerns, and I think that should be addressed. But also, I agree that if we can do something to increase a business in the county and clean up this property in the same aspect. I did speak to the health department about the water sewer type of thing, and they basically said a lot years ago, it was more of a gentleman's agreement, that unless the system failed, it wasn't really anything they could do as far as being able to change that. So I'll make a motion that we approve this.
Okay. All right. We have a motion to approve the rezoning application from Wilson Ray that you've just heard discussed. Any further?
Is there any way to, that driveway, I assume is on her
I don't know
property.
whose it's owned by unless it was surveyed to
mean,
know
is there
exactly
some
where it
way
is. I
that
think that
we
they
can-
should be able to work something out there because there's enough room that he should be able to leave her room to access that driveway with no issue. The one thing I would like to amend to my motion is that I would like to ask that we require that any of his tires, implements, anything like that be kept with inside the building. So we don't have any issues with, tires that got rain in them or anything else, and it be mosquitoes or anything like that. When he's doing business, it's inside the building.
Got that, Mr. Hendrick?
Yes, sir.
I know when Mr. Ray came to the planning commission meeting, he said he would, like Mr. Tanner said, he was gonna clean that up. Is it any way I put any kind of stipulation that it does get cleaned up? I mean, is
That's
that
up to you all. I mean,
I can,
But you can put that as a condition
Yeah, you
to
put that as a
his
condition.
operation. He has to have all that cleaned up before he can begin operation.
can we add that, Mr. Tanner?
I'll add that to my motion also.
Who's going to determine that it's cleaned up?
Robert?
Or is that,
All right, so
that must have Slayton.
you've got
interject
your
now.
definition of cleaned up down pat, right?
You need to define that, it's kind of loose. If you will give us time, I'll work on it while you're meeting, go on to your next thing, and I'll try to come up with some language that might help you.
Okay, if we can
All right,
do
so,
that,
all right, so we'll table that until we
hear back from Mr. Slayton.
get some advice from our attorney.
Can I address Mr. Tanner, please?
Sure.
Mr. Tanner, have you taken into consideration of the neighbor, maybe the blockage of their driveway, how often, how long during the course of the day? I'm quite sure some weekends that area is gonna be kind of full, and we don't ever know when there's an emergency, they need to get by and it's blocked up.
Yeah, and as far as the driveway, she has two entrances to that house. One is right beside
Does
this.
she own both entrances?
We don't know. I don't know as far as zoning, as far as a survey, who owns what. I wasn't getting into that. I just know that they're side by side. Now, I will say that his flea market extends right to the borders of the property, and that would be one of my concerns, is making sure all of that gets cleaned up, because it is kind of an eyesore when you go down through there.
I think it'd be an improvement.
It would definitely improve
Look cleaner.
if he takes everything away from that, he says, because he said this gentleman wants the whole building inside and out, so it's all got to go. Landfill's going to be busy.
Mr.
Tons of
Chair.
flea markets that just
Mr.
scatter.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
All right, yes, ma'am.
I would like to know what time of operation would this be going on?
What are the hours of operation?
9 to 6, Monday through Friday.
So no weekend.
No weekend?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Maybe in the summertime.
All right, so we're gonna table this matter then until we get some
Maybe he can have some precise.
further language from our attorney. All right, so let's move forward here. Next is public hearing on an amendment to the 2232 comp plan, land use development.
application by the Mecklenburg County Planning Commission for an amendment to the 2232 Comprehensive Plan to add the following: land use development, solar location. It is recommended that applications for special exception permits for solar facilities located within a 5-mile radius, the circle of the intersection of Highway 92 and Highway 47, in the town of Chase City. It is recommended that no more than 5% of the total acreage as measured by limits of disturbance be allowed for solar facilities located in the circle to avoid any excess concentration of solar facilities within the circle. Limits of disturbance shall mean the entire area located within the project fencing plus land located outside the project fencing, which has been disturbed for the purpose of serving the solar site.
All right. Anybody got any questions of Mr. Hendrick? Any want a better understanding of what's going on?
The only question I had, basically with the current solar facilities that are there, that would take us to those 5%.
It's gonna be close. I think by the end of the next two sites, if they get approved, will be the 5% total.
Okay.
We're not there yet, but the two that are in the application
Would take
will get us very, very close. You might have enough for a small facility, but not another large one.
Extremely small.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, all right. The public hearing is now open to consider the amendment to the 2232 comp plan.
But this would also not affect those two that are in the queue.
Okay.
Concerning land use development for solar facilities. Anyone wishing to speak to this matter, please come forward. All right, seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve this recommendation.
All right, we have a motion to adopt this amendment. We just outlined. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Okay, this brings us to public comment session. Mr. Carter?
Everyone has already spoken who signed up for the different zoning cases, sir, so we're past that.
All right.
They've all left.
Okay. Kevin Smith with VDOT. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. How y'all?
Morning.
Y'all should have got our monthly report. Couple things I want to hit on. Our last cycle of primary mowing is underway. As soon as we get that finished up, we'll send the litter pickup crew out there to pick up the primaries. Route 660, all the contract work is done. We've got a little bit of shoulder work that we need to get done, taken care of with state forces. Most of our paving projects are complete for the county. The last one's scheduled to kick off Wednesday, right after the election. That'll be out here on Washington Street, right out here in front. We're going to had a little bit extra money left over, so we're going to get that taken care of. It's a 2-block section right here, so y'all probably will see some contractors with some notice on the street parking. As far as this last month, we had a successful completion of our drive run season for snow removal equipment. That's when we do a full inspection of the plows and the spreaders and our trucks and stuff to make sure everything will work. Had good results with that. We have signed up 38 vendors and to give us an additional 128 pieces of equipment for snow removal this year, and that will go along with our 125 pieces of VDOT equipment that we own for South Hill residents.
So we ought to keep the roads clean.
That's our plan. Yes, sir. We're going to work hard at it.
So you inspect the vendors' equipment as well?
Yeah, yes, sir. The vendor stuff is inspected as well.
All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Okay. All right.
That's all I've got, unless y'all
Okay.
have got some
Any
questions for
questions
me.
What kind of time frame before the end of the year?
Yeah, I'm hoping that they just finished up the contract stuff, getting their shoulder stone down, so.
Give me the bills and I can turn it around and get you the money in the 90 days. So, yeah. The goal is I need it before the end of the year so I can pay you and get that.
We will hand deliver them as soon as we can.
Yes, sir. I thought you might.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Wilkinson?
What kind of time frame are we looking at as far as the study with the light at the school?
That's still under review. I know they're working on it. I don't want to speculate how soon it will be, but I'm hoping it's shortly.
The deputy commissioner did contact me about it. They are working on it. You did get their attention in Richmond.
Okay.
If that was the question, yeah.
Right, right.
Yes,
It's kind of what I want to hear.
yes, sir.
Somebody did.
That's all.
Okay. Any other questions, for Kevin?
No,
All right,
sir.
thank you, sir.
Have a
Thank
good
y'all.
day.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think the attorney has the language
All
ready
right.
for
We shall see.
Mr. Towns.
He's been doodling
Motion.
quite.
If he doesn't have it ready to be the first time he did that.
Wow. 3 conditions I heard and wrote down. Business operation shall be limited to 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Number 2, no material shall be stored outside the building. All material now on the property outside the building must be removed by December 1, 2022, or relocated to within the building. Number 3, patrons of business will not block access afforded by driveway serving adjoining property.
The only thing on that, Mr. Slayton, I think we would have to change is the date that he would have to remove all the stuff, because there's no way.
December 1st, it's pretty tight.
And I don't know when
That's
this
what,
gentleman
2
is
weeks?
thinking about
2
going,
weeks or so, 3
is thinking about going into business, but it's,
I got a picture so I can show you what's there now.
yeah, it's
It
tractor
won't be
trailer
done by
loads of
December
stuff.
the 1st.
I got pictures.
Probably
You got
don't want to do
pictures?
it during snake season.
Just
either.
before he turns it into the shop, you know, it
Right.
has to be
Well,
approved.
can we
by-
say prior to his opening of this facility?
Absolutely.
And also, we said Monday through Friday to start with, but then he kind of hinted on the end of it that, well, it might be some Saturdays here and
Oh,
there
no,
Yeah.
no.
in the summertime.
That'd be up to you all. If y'all put it as a Monday through Friday, then that's all he can operate.
Yeah.
That's the end of discussion.
Did
I'm just
everybody
thinking-
get these pictures?
Thinking Saturday would
We
be
all
a
do.
very busy day.
I
I
can
can't imagine he didn't include it.
Yeah.
All right, so,
I'm gonna go with exactly
Got
what
place
Mr.
to let-
Slayton
Yeah,
said.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
but it's changed by you.
Clean
Yeah.
that mess,
The
please,
second
everything
one
else out there.
says, material will be removed from the property or stored inside the building before the business operations commence.
Okay.
okay.
I do it?
If he'd like me to read that, I will.
No, just
but
say
if
what
not,
he said.
But do we have
Repeat
to
it
limit
again.
this, because I know he said, 9 to 6, Monday through Friday. Then he's went back and extenuated and said, that
Russell, what
possibly
was
during
your other
summer
ones?
during.
I'm sorry.
So
What were the other
possible,
ones
9 to
that you read
6, no
off?
We're
possible.
writing them out. You want me to read them
9 to 6.
again?
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So 9 to,
Father
9
has a
to,
flat towel there, or a
Because
cracker
people living all
towel
around
Saturday
here.
morning.
Yeah.
You certainly
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why
had
he
the
would-
opportunity to fix
Do
that
it 7
towel
days a
Saturday.
week to me. I don't see what.
I don't see why we need a limited time. I
I
mean,
do, because people living around.
Yeah, I don't know the difference between Saturday morning and Thursday morning as far as what people do.
Now, I would definitely say no Sundays.
Other people.
Yeah,
work
no
and
Sunday, but,
Can't go,
you know, I-
can't go
All right.
by there and get
I
stuff.
mean,
used
most
there.
I
car
will-
shop run half-day Saturdays.
I'd say Monday through Saturday.
yeah.
I will amend it to say Monday through Saturday.
Anything
No
else?
Sundays.
Yeah,
9 to 6.
let the tires rest.
9 to
That's what he
6.
said.
all right. Mr. Slayton, if I could impose a motion to read
Yeah.
all of that again.
I think the wording's important. Give me another minute to get this right.
That's
I'll
fine.
read it, 'cause it's
All right, well,
been a
we'll,
couple
we'll move
changes.
on then while,
We can do the school update while we're waiting.
Mr. Slayton gets into his law books over here. School update, Mr. Nichols.
Good afternoon, or excuse me, good morning.
Cut that one already.
It's still morning.
Yes, still morning. It's daylight savings time. I am very pleased to just say that the new school program is continuing to move forward. We're having fall sports activities that have been very well received. The football team got off to a little bit of a rough start, but we've had 2 very good successes. The game Friday night against Nottoway was one of the better games I think I've seen, so we're making progress there. We had middle school football champions for the district that were decided last week. We've had runners-up in volleyball and in other areas. We're looking forward to the fall sports. Academics are proceeding. As you all know, we've had some issues related to some discipline, but we're working on those significantly as we go along. The punch list is being completed on the areas that are still out of place. We are anticipating that as an example, the situations that kept us from being in the auditorium should be completed in early December for programs to move beyond that. That's our goal at this point. So we're making progress. and still, even with things on the punch list and other things, expect to be on budget. So we're very, very thankful for your continued support on that, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them for the secondary school facility.
How are your career centers going?
The career centers are moving along very well. You may have heard the governor talking about the lab school programs that he has in mind as a component of education. We have partnered with the Southside Virginia Community College in an application that's gone forth and had a significant support from the Secretary of Education, State Superintendent, and the governor in being able to move that and anticipate that we may be actually identified as one of the first lab schools. Right now, there are 6 applications statewide. That will move our overall program for the career academies forward significantly.
Very good. Any other questions?
The Y over at Clarksville uses, so the basketball program uses the gym at the Bluestone High School. Are they going to be using that in January for the different age levels and everything?
They're using it for pickleball and other things now, so I expect, unless pickleball takes over everything, it seems to be one of the more popular issues going on. I think it's great that we might have some equestrian archery, but I don't know if it can compete with pickleball.
There's no more playing right now.
All right, any other questions concerning the school? If not, I guess we need to move on with the
Yes.
interim agreement on the
So,
Clarksville Elementary.
As noted,
Can't hear you.
we do have a lot of work that's been done toward the overall program for the Clarksville Elementary School renovation. And if you give me just a second. We should be plugged in there. Hold on.
Hey, it's gonna make it through this meeting.
I'm in here.
So we don't have that on here.
There we
There
go.
we go.
Nope.
Yeah.
There we go. You're in a good position, Lane. I've been looking for this for a long time.
Hold your hands or something right.
Tight string on so you can hold it.
Okay. All right, so the school board and several others have been working with the various companies that put forth proposals for the Clarksville Elementary School PPEA process. And we have selected Blair Construction, G+P. We have a representative from Blair with us, Mr. Ken B. Kraft. Am I saying that right? B. Kraft? Who is with us. We've actually worked with our lawyers on having the appropriate programs, and the board will be voting on that tonight. There is a timeline that the construction, of course, we have between now and the beginning of the summer for the specific plans to all be built and finalized. We would begin moving all of the materials from Clarksville Elementary School to Bluestone High School for students to begin, for the elementary school students to begin at Bluestone High School next fall. They would be there for 2 years, and we anticipate that the project will be completed and everything moved in place for the new school in 2020, for the fall of 2025. Moving on, this is a planned rendering of what the school would look like from the outside. There have been a lot of components that have been put into this for, again, safety features, just as we put into the secondary facility. We are looking at separating the car lot for the parents bringing students and for teachers from the bus traffic that's going on. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. We are looking at building this for 500 students. We currently have less than that, but we anticipate one thing. There's a strong push at the state level for more early childhood education, and we're looking at some opportunities here with some of the components for early childhood education that's necessary, as well as, anticipation. When I have conversations with Microsoft, they keep asking me, are you ready for us? So even though some of the projections have been down historically, our numbers so far this year are up by over 100 students. And so we see that there's some growth that's going on. Of course, that's after we had a significant plunge from COVID before. So we're looking for that here. And then, as you can see, as the placement of it, the way that it would be worked out, the oldest sections of the facility are being raised completely. The area that you see in the light gray is the 2013 building. We're keeping that component and adding to it with 2 other wings for early childhood education and 3rd through 5th grade. This is a 1-story facility. We're taking advantage of the old gym to make it a part of what we're calling a STEM center. That's a part of the career introduction components that we're looking at with the 6 career academies. We're looking for each of the elementary schools to have something of that nature to be working with preparing for middle school exploration and then the academies. You'll also notice one of the biggest and most important components as far as building that keeps the bus parking separate from the teacher parking, parental involvement, and then the extensive number of parents who bring their children to school. We're looking at ways to be able to have an extended car drop-off lane. You may remember, particularly if you're from the East End, that issue caused us to have to put what I call the go-kart track in front of South Elementary School to get cars off of the highways. We've talked with the EDA in Clarksville, and they have agreed to work with us. The initial concept was what you see as the lighter grade car drop-off loop that comes down and takes advantage of Industrial Parkway and comes in. The architects have actually come in and offered a recommendation for an alternative drop-off loop that goes up closer to the road and comes down. And we'll have to go back to the EDA for a discussion on that. But this is an overall viewpoint of what we're looking at this point. And then if you are interested, you can see the way we've got the classrooms set up for each of the areas on the first story with administrative wing, new gym, areas for the cafeteria and the gym to be able to use together, such as we are doing at South Hill right now with the kitchen, and then the classrooms and centers for the separate playgrounds. So, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You talking about childhood education, like
Early childhood education.
Thank you. How would this correlate with Tri-County Community Action? Because this is what they specialize in. How would you guys work together with?
We work with them. You know that at one point when we had RUM, we had them as a part of La Crosse Elementary School. We are continuing to work with them in J-City and other areas, and we would work in partnership as we always have.
Okay. Thank you.
So construction will begin when?
Next summer.
Next summer. Okay.
We have to get students out before we can go in and start working.
Right, yeah. All right.
All right, I don't know if, Alex, if you want to add anything about some of the specifics.
Nothing to add in terms of scope, in terms of the action that's needed by the board today. So the school board has worked, through Skanska, has worked with Blair Construction to draft a interim agreement. The interim agreement will cover the design phase of the project, Eventually, we will then have a comprehensive agreement that will cover the entire scope of the project. At this point, the board would need to authorize the school board to enter into the contract. You don't have to technically approve the contract itself, just give your permission to the school board to execute that contract. As Paul mentioned, the school board has their own attorney who has reviewed this contract. My understanding is fairly extensively, has given a series of comments in response. So there has been a legal eyes placed on that document. So that is, and then once you give permission, then the school board who's meeting tonight can then vote to enter into the contract. So that's the timing of the agreement at this point. And the action needed is a motion to authorize the school board to sign the contract.
All right, do I have that motion?
I have a question first, or maybe not a question. You know, I'm taken back because we have had no contact with the school board during the planning for this construction at the Clarksville Elementary. Now they run into us, want us to sign something to enter into a contract that we had no input into. I thought we were supposed to be working together as joint boards. Where do we fall? Where do we fall apart?
Well, we have approved the spending, how much,
I'm not worried about the spending. I'm talking about the overall planning. Can you answer that for me?
This is mostly preliminary ideas to be able to come up with figures. We still will be looking to work with the Joint Education Committee and get.
The entire board, yes.
Right, for the committee. We've worked as a committee.
work through the committee.
Right.
Yeah, so you will be getting involved before everything is finalized.
Should have gotten involved before that happened. Go ahead with you. Go ahead.
There's a question. I want to get clarification from Alex. Is what the board is asked to do to appropriate the funds to enable the school board to honor this?
There's no appropriation. Well, first of all, we do have appropriations already in place. That it was adopted in the capital plan this year, and there is funds in the budget in the elementary school fund. What is needed at this time is simply an authorization to allow the school board permission to enter into the contract.
Okay, so the funds that are needed have been appropriated?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And barred, Mr. Slayton. So
What?
and barred and in the bank.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Any further discussion? Who made the motion? I forgot who.
Nobody yet, I don't think.
I didn't think so.
No, nobody has.
I'm gonna have to get a cattle prod on y'all this morning.
We all got slow. Mr. Branton got a smile on his face.
All right, we need a
Is that a
motion. We need a motion to authorize the school board to enter into this contract.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the motion. Any further discussion?
Sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll also just add that cost estimates are coming in where we had planned them. Roughly 32 million, and we are also Alex and I have already had several meetings about what's going on at the state level as far as funding and being able to secure the funding that the state is making available to us. So we're very thankful.
And I'd like to make a comment about this whole board stepping up and going ahead and securing the financing at a much lower rate now than what the rates we're seeing. And that this board took the steps to move forward on that, and it's gonna save the county. How much money?
80,000.
It was about 1.5 million over the lifespan of the borrowing, and about $80,000 per year.
So that's a remarkable thing that we did here.
And if we have to do it next year, it'd be even a lot higher.
Oh, good gracious, that's the truth.
We're good for a few years.
Yeah, I know that.
We're good for a few years.
Timing is good.
Yes.
All right.
Everything's
Thank you, sir.
Now you're up to you.
All right, next, we have Rob Williamson with us to discuss the compensation and classification study.
Just give a quick intro here. So Mecklenburg County last conducted a compensation classification study almost a decade ago. It's fairly common for most governments to review this every 4 to 5 years, I'd say. And so we were definitely overdue for an examination. The board met earlier this year. The Personnel Committee interviewed several firms. Evergreen, which is the firm that Rob represents, was selected as the winner. The board awarded that contract, I believe, at the April meeting. Since then, Evergreen has been doing a tremendous amount of work on our behalf, both surveying internal and external clients. So at this point, they are coming to you to provide an overview of where the project's at as we head towards the conclusion of this project.
Okay, all right. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, look at that. It's working. Our consultant that's on my project team, Peter Backhouse, is also here. And then we have other folks back at the home office that also had the pleasure of working on this. I think it's been since April that's when we were here, and we spent a couple of days on site with you. And I just want to tell you, you've got a good team here. You really do. The word family came up many times when we were here, and it sure seems like it has that feel to it. And it's not always every entity that we visit around the United States. Like right now, I think I'm in 9 different states as a project manager for engagements, and not every one of them has the same feel to it. So it's pretty cool to be back. So we're really grateful, and we think, this is going to be one of those positive. This is going to be some good information for you. This could be a game changer for sure. So we just want to go through what some of the study goals were, and kind of if I had to break it down into what we're looking at today, it's kind of where'd we come from, where are we, and where are we going type of mindset as we look at this engagement overall. And, we'll talk a little bit about the phases, and then ultimately we're going to get to those market results, and then ultimately what you're very interested in, and that is those recommendations, those implementation options and the associated costs, and how ultimately knowing that by the time a decision gets to you, all the easy decisions are gone, but that this is an opportunity for you to make a decision that will positively impact those that are serving Mecklenburg County. And I know that that's very important to you. So those overarching study goals are pretty simple. We want to deliver a proposed pay plan to you that is fair and competitive. And we're going to work on getting to internal and external equity. Internal equity is where we're trying to solve some of the key issues that we found when we got on site here, like wage compression, where you have folks that, I've been working here 5 or 6 years and I'm making a certain wage, and we have an opening where we have to hire somebody in the exact same classification, and to get that position filled, and in a rapidly changing labor market, one of the most historical in the history of the country, you've got to pay that person the same amount that you're paying somebody that's a tenured employee. And that creates that wage compression. So one of the things that your staff mentioned to us at the very outset that they want to make sure that we took care of was that internal equity. Got a solution that does that. And then ultimately we have to compare you to somebody to where we can answer that charge to, are you market competitive? And with the private sector influences that you have here, you are in a very unique market, to be sure. Not to mention the fact that how rapidly growing the area is. I mean, I think we're leaving Raleigh today. I'll fly out of Raleigh today, the #1 fastest growing area, and then I'll go to another area that's #2 in Austin. But here, I feel like it's a little bit more unique. You feel the pressures from Richmond and from Raleigh and everywhere in between, right? So we compared you to different organizations that would allow us to get to a market competitive position. As I said, we started with a kickoff in April, and basically if you were to look at this overall solution or this overall phasing, we did data collection, then we did data analysis, and now we're here to the data reporting. So one of the highlights that I wanted to bring to you was the employee participation piece. And this is what I feel makes you unique. Your people were absolutely leaning forward on this study. It was important to them, and they showed that it was important to them by the level of participation that they had from the start. Peter and I were here for multiple days. We had the opportunity to have in-person meetings for the better part of 2 days. I had the opportunity to join Alex out to the sanitation department. We met with them. Peter was with law enforcement professionals. And then we held meetings in here as well with folks coming in, very well attended. And then we got to let's say you had somebody that couldn't attend an orientation. They couldn't attend a focus group. We also gave every opportunity to an employee to fill out this job assessment tool survey. That's our survey instrument. It went out to every one of your 200, I guess it's employees. This gave them an opportunity to be heard, and we had 72% of all employees responded. 81%, 80.85% of all supervisors participated. That's extraordinary. And for all the classification titles that you have, we had about 79% of them represented. Here's another way of visually representing that same information. As you can see, we've got 94 total classifications surveyed, and we received responses back for 74 of those, which really, bottom line, what does that mean to you? It means that we feel like we've got a defensible recommendation to bring to you, one that is met with a lot of employee participation. Here's what we see were the comments when we had those outreach sessions and we were listening to your employees about what they like, what they don't like, why they come to work here, basically trying to get that narrative and more of a perceptual in nature were these meetings. But some of the feedback we received, not too surprisingly, is that the benefits offerings were one of the initial reasons to seek employment and stay with the county. We see that throughout the public sector. But then I feel like the culture was mentioned. Every focus group that I had, folks mentioned the culture. They enjoyed the people that they worked with. They enjoyed the region that they lived in. It was also important to them. They felt like they were giving back to the community, that they could make a difference in the community. And that's not always heard throughout the clients that we go to. I thought that was significant. And then it was their preferred career choice. We had so many people just tell us flat out, I love what I do, Rob. And that was pretty neat to hear. Because I think that goes to the service levels that ultimately you give to your constituents. Some of the concerns folks had, external equity piece that we were just talking about, didn't feel as though they were competitive when comparing to other municipalities in the area, and that was starting to impact their ability to retain employees and recruit the next generation of talent. Internal equity, we talked about the wage compression a little bit. That was something that was mentioned in several of the groups. And then something that, we talked about it today, you've got decisions that you've got to make on zoning changes, and you've got growth coming to the area, and you've got schools that you're building. And, Raleigh, even though we drove in from that today, an hour and a half out, the growth that's happening to you here is starting to impact the affordability of employees or rents and housing. So something to keep on your radar. What we noticed when we evaluated your data initially, to kind of borrow an EMS term, when we got on scene, if you will, this is what we noticed. I'll just highlight really those last two bullets, that 44% of employees were compensated in that first 25% of their pay grade, which means that employees are really not progressing through their respective pay grade the way we'd like to see it. And then the other thing, which I feel is a tremendous opportunity for you, is that the overall average for your employees' years of service was right at 13 years. You've got a lot of institutional knowledge here. You've got a lot of tenured employees here, which can serve as an attractant if you leverage that institutional knowledge and really incorporate that into your succession planning. We know that employee engagement for millennials and Gen Z is very important. And so if you have an opportunity to engage with them when somebody that's been there, done that, if you will, it really goes a long way. So here we have market targets. These are the target organizations that initially so how did we come up with these, you might ask? Well, part of it is through our own internal research, but part of it is from the focus groups, talking to your folks and asking them, who should we be comparing you to? Who are you losing employees to? Who do you feel the competitors are? And ultimately, we came up with this list, and this is who we evaluated when we went out based on population, obviously the distance that they were, per capita income, but then all of these were adjusted for cost of living as well. We had 10 of these market peers, 9 counties, 1 city, provided data that we consider defensible and current. That's very important in this labor market that is rapidly changing, is we did not want to have data that was more than 12 months old. And that's one of the reasons that makes our methodology a little bit different, quite frankly, as well. We don't go out and buy the data. We get it directly from public sector market peers. This is their approved budget. This is the salaries, the minimums and maximums that they're paying is what we use to compare you to. All of them, as I say, were adjusted for cost of living, and we had a very strong and defensible 7.1 matches per classification title. We averaged those together, and one of the things that we found with the market results is that overall, at the survey minimum and midpoint, that Mecklenburg County was behind the market by 3%, which I have to tell you, in this market, is not awful, all right? I mean, I came from an engagement last week where they were 18.5% behind market, and it was a much different conversation than that we had to have with them. The overall average places the county behind the survey maximum. That's those tenured employees that should be reaching the end of their career, was at 1.6% to market. And the range spread was 61%. The range spread is that distance between the minimum and maximum salaries. One of the other things that we noticed was that at the director level position specifically, that as a collective group, you were definitely far behind market. And where that's going to start to impact you is management positions are highly coveted right now in this market, especially if people are willing to relocate, or if they have an opportunity to do a hybrid model where they can remote work as well. That is a blind spot for Mecklenburg that you're going to have to be aware of. Your director level salaries were a little bit on the low side. So key recommendations that we made, we recommended to adjust your current pay plan to accommodate 20 occupied pay grades with consistent range spreads between them and progression between the grades that was standardized. And then we reassigned those positions, we took those classification titles, and we slotted them into their recommended pay grade based on that market position and based on the survey scores that we had from employees as well. Then the next part is to create the grades. As I was telling you, we have grades 101 through 120. The grade number is an arbitrary number. We could have put emojis over there if you wanted to, but we decided to go with a numeric pay grade, which is standard pay grade from top to bottom. You can see the range spread, the distance between the minimum of $35,000. If we go to pay grade 101, your starting introductory pay grade, which puts the minimum starting hourly rate, I believe, at $16.88 an hour. So you're right at about $17 an hour for the minimum. If you add 60% to that, you get to that survey maximum of $56,194. That's that consistent wage spread to give employees an opportunity, if they stayed in the same pay grade over a 30-year career, that's where they would progress from the date they got hired all the way until retirement. And then the midpoint progression of 5% in between each grade. So this brings us to the money slide, which is what everybody's looking to see. And this is where I do believe that this is a complete and total game changer for you. From the standpoint of these numbers that you see here, and what we're going to recommend to you, as I explained, is a hybrid parity model. This immediately corrects for any wage compression you have based on the amount of time that somebody's spent in their current job and the amount of time that they've spent overall in service to Mecklenburg County. It is a true hybrid to reward them based on years of service, as well as years that they've spent in their current job title. I put bring to minimum on there, Peter and I did, because we wanted you to know that, okay, the hybrid parity option is base salary adjusted for cost of living. That's not total comp, but base salary adjusted for cost of living. That $522,750 number includes the bring to minimum. So to bring an employee to the minimum in their pay range, that's just happens automatically with the hybrid parity recommendation. We put in the tenure parity just so you can see if, because of all those experienced employees, that we have that average of 12.8 years, tenure parity would be very expensive when compared to hybrid parity, but I also don't feel as though that's the best option because it doesn't give any credit for time that somebody spent in their current classification. It basically just rewards someone for successfully staying employed another year. And that really doesn't go to a best in brand type of compensation philosophy and a detractant that you want to have. So we focus in on the hybrid parity model. What the heck is that? Well, the hybrid parity model gives 100% credit for the amount of time that an employee has spent in their current job title. And then it gives 50% credit for the amount of time that that employee has spent in the organization, regardless of what job title they've been. So it creates a true hybrid between the two. You can see that that affects 77 employees would receive an adjustment. It's roughly 5% of your payroll, and the average adjustment is listed there for you as well. The next steps for us would be, we suggest that you do a one-time implementation to slot those employees and adjust their pay according to that hybrid parity model. The next step for us would be to create the final report, which memorializes everything we've done for you. And then we move on to that job description update, where we're going to create legally compliant job descriptions for every one of these positions that you have. And then we provide a year of ongoing maintenance because we realize that things change, and especially in a pay plan, it's a living, breathing, dynamic document. So we're going to be there with you for a year afterwards and show your staff how they can continue to maintain the plan. So that concludes my presentation. Yes?
Were there any points where you thought there needed to be inserted a new job description for a new title? Maybe you've got one person that does one minimal thing, and then you've got somebody that maybe is a step or two above that does this, but they both got the same classification. Did you do any more new classifications when you did this? New job titles?
Well, the evaluation that we did have nothing specific, no specific job title comes to mind right now, but I know that during outreach, we did have commentary that folks didn't, and this is very common, by the way, they felt like maybe their job description didn't accurately reflect all the duties that they were performing. And so that's the purpose of that job assessment tool survey, is we're able to find out from folks in their own words what it is that you do here. What are those essential functions that you serve? Now, when we get to that job description update piece, that's where we'll make sure that the classification titles that we have, the job description matches those. Yeah, great question.
So your recommendation would be that to make everybody whole, if you will, that would be like, boom, do it. Not you wouldn't phase it in over a 2 or 3 year period. You just go ahead and pull the trigger and just do it, huh?
Well, I mean, you have to make a decision that would be fiscally responsible, but we do believe that in talking with staff that this is a sustainable option. Right now, one of the issues that you have is that wage compression, where you have tenured employees that it is serving as a morale killer in many ways when you could have a tenured employee that has been here for 10, 12, 15 years, and they're making a very similar wage to somebody that's been here a year or two. And so, yes, I would recommend kind of that immediate implementation, that one-time implementation, because it immediately provides that healthy gap, if you will. It restores that healthy gap in your pay plan between those employees. It's one of those things, if you can afford it, which Wayne's the one that's, got to work with you till you can afford it, that'd be the best way to go.
So, were they aware, Mr. Carter, about the change in our personnel with the, the emergency?
Alex and Judy have been charged with this project. Alex is taking lead, so I have not been involved at all.
All right. Well,
I will tell you that.
Would you back up so I can talk to
That's why you're looking at me.
I will speak to the EMS just real quick before he goes. That was one of the things that was very smart of your staff to do. They told us that you were going to be looking to stand that up, and they asked us to go out to market, even though you don't currently have those positions staffed. I don't know where you stand from a budget standpoint, but Alex and Judy, who, by the way, have been amazing throughout this process, amazing, very responsive, asking the great questions, the correct questions, and got us to a better product, quite frankly. But they wanted us to evaluate those EMS positions, so we looked at those for market, and we brought back competitive ranges for you to use when you stand that up.
Excellent. Okay.
As you're looking at trying to implement it, I think we've addressed that. If Alex wants to.
So where we would be at today in how I'm thinking about this and how I would recommend would be, this was a session that was designed to present the findings, to give an update and where we're at. No decision has to be made today by the board. I would say no decision should be made by the board today. Just to take the information, go back, process, think about it. We're going to continue to work with Evergreen on the final recommendations and make sure that everything, Judy and I will go through every single person, every grade, make sure everything aligns with where we would recommend it. And then in December, we'll come back to you with a cost estimate for implementation, have the board discuss that, and then if the board is so inclined to adopt an ordinance that would put that into effect. Ideally, we would put the wage adjustments in place by January 1's payroll. It doesn't have to be that way, but that would probably be the simplest solution. So that's kind of the trajectory forward as I would present it today, would be to think about this over the next few weeks, and then we could have a dialogue in December about how we want to, as an organization, go forward with this plan.
So we'll have a more formal report forthcoming then from staff, right?
Yes. We will be getting a final report from Evergreen as part of the whole package of services that we obtained as part of this agreement.
And this varies from employee to create the wide gap.
Yeah.
Like you talked about. Somebody that hadn't worked long, somebody's worked a long time, you kind of.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about the implementation of this is that it does it fairly and it adjusts based on those years of service, but also the years in their current job title. And I apologize. I hope you didn't think that I was soliciting for a vote today. We're just just definitely throwing out the recommendations.
Didn't we
And it
set
was
some
91,
funds
I
aside?
believe you had up there, 91 employees that you either surveyed, or was a difference in disparity, I think.
77 would have.
77 would be
Yeah, 91
recommended
on
for.
one slide, so
That was the total, if you were going to that top end, 77 was that
The
equity.
middle.
Yes.
77 would be recommended for adjustments as part of this immediately.
Probably. Alex and I are actually, we are working on every job classification. We're going through it
So-
line by line, person by person, title by
But
title.
but I do want to make it clear that even if not everybody's going to get an immediate adjustment as a result of the findings, everybody will be slotted in the new proposed pay grade, and then they will be affected by that through whatever raises that we might have in the future, as well as they continue their career here in Mecklenburg. They would be slotted in a way that's different than in the past, and we will move people along the ranges as the years go on.
So the only decision we would be making is the total amount of money do we want to appropriate for this project? Am I correct?
You would be making two decisions.
The rest would be internal staff decisions.
Yeah, you would be adopting the new proposed pay plan.
Their recommendations.
Number one, you would be adopting the new proposed pay plan. And then number two, you would be authorizing us to implement the adjustments that would need to be made therein.
Didn't we set aside some money in the budget?
Yes.
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 So we have money set aside, anticipating this as a January timeframe roughly. We had money set aside there. We had thought about that, if you remember. We had planned this because we knew we were going to have to make some adjustments. And we didn't want to take it all in one bite. We didn't want to look at a July 1 next year and go, oh, we got to have $570 or $522,000, and then have to do a 5% that the state gives. That was just going to be too much to bite. We could take this in bites. So that's why we did that, Mr. Jones.
So Judy, how do you monitor these steps? Like, for instance, how do you know when Glenn Barbers goes to the next?
It really needs to get back to their supervisor monitoring it. Wayne and I in the past, and now Alex and I, we try very hard to look at that, to look at their dates of service. We have not been successful. We have not moved people along. And for many years, we didn't get anything. And then we had years that we only got the cost of living, whatever the state gave us.
Right.
And the last 2 years, we've tried harder to work to move people along.
So I get from Judy a list with years of service. I look at their grades. I try to give them adjustments based upon that. But you got to realize, this started 10 years ago. In 2012, nobody got a raise. Nobody got a raise for like 5 years there. So that just kind of shoved everybody back into the system. You were already behind. And we were just steadily falling back. But that wasn't just here. That was across the board. Nobody was giving raises back then. Economy switched around about 2017. We started giving raises again. Then we started playing catch up. And we haven't been able to catch up enough. But we've done a lot. And I think y'all have seen it. We told the personnel committee over the last 2 to 3 years, we're giving raises in here. We're trying to boost these minimums up. And I think Alex and Judy really worked on the minimum on this. You've really increased it from what it used to be. So,
What you're talking about raises, I'm talking about the steps.
Right. But that's also part of it. We didn't even give steps because we didn't have any money for any of it. Right. We didn't give
So
steps to anybody.
you're saying the steps don't come automatically?
It doesn't if you don't have the funds.
Well, I think there's two different models of pay plan that we're talking about here. The way you're talking about steps is more in the school system steps, where there's an automatic every single year you go up here, here, and here. Ours is a grade system. So your grade is not dependent on service. Your grade is dependent on what your job title is and where that job title is graded.
Okay.
So no, you wouldn't automatically move. So right now, on this 101 to 120, for example, if your job classification was graded 104, you would remain 104, even if you've been here for 25 years, because your grade is 104. Now, if you got promoted to a different job classification because you've been here that long, you become a supervisor and so on, then you might go from 104 to say 106, because that's what the other grade that you've been promoted to is at a 106. And that's where you would get certain step upgrades, if you will. But what you would do is, if you were at 104, you would start at the 40,657 as demonstrated on there. And then if we gave, say, a 3% raise, you would go up from 40, 3% north of that, and you'd be moving every single year towards the midpoint and then towards the maximum as you continue on your path as an employee in Mecklenburg. So you would be moving in the range, but you wouldn't be going up a grade, up a grade, up a grade.
So
there would be years when employees do not get raises. Sir.
An easy way here, if you look at grade 101, let's say I'm in custodial services, and I started here today. I'm going to get that introductory pay of $35,121. Over a 30-year career is how that progresses from the minimum to the maximum. So at the 15-year mark, ideally, if you're able to, with the, if that meets your fiscal realities, if you're able to progress people every year along that grade, at my 15th year, I should be getting paid at the midpoint. If you're able to progress people through their career, in a 30-year career, if somebody was staying in the exact same job and the exact same pay grade all the way through. So that step you're talking about, think of it more of a progression than a step.
I understand, but that's based on tenure, right?
Well, it's based on your performance review system that you have in place, which, you want to try, best practices would be to make tenure a part of it, but it's not 100% based on, congratulations, you were able to successfully stay hired or, employed for another year, so we're going to progress you. It should be okay, you've stayed employed for 1 year, that's a part of it. Now, what was your performance? Was there performance metrics that, did you meet the minimum expectations in your role? And if so, combine that with tenure, then your leadership can make a decision.
So there's a possibility that an employee could get a bump in pay based on tenure and performance and a pay increase.
It should be based on COLA. In a perfect world, it would be a cost of living adjustment, which that's that rising tide lifts all boats. Trying to stay competitive with market, you're going to try to look at giving a cost of living adjustment every year. Then in concert with that would be that merit piece. And that merit piece could be combined with tenure and performance.
That's why I want, yeah.
So
that's
if
going to meet fiscal realities too.
I understand.
And then there's a decision that has to be made that would be whether we move. So if we did a cost of living adjustment, you could also just move the whole range, every range upwards.
Gotcha.
But the individual would be moving in that.
I was going to say, these figures, they don't have anything to do with like cost of living, 2-3% raises that would be given every other year and that kind of thing. So that would change the end number as it goes along somewhat.
It can. It depends on how you want to implement the 2 or 3% increases.
Yeah,
Yes.
sometimes we don't change the scale.
It's just for understanding purposes that I'm asking.
We won't change that scale, and everybody got a 3%, and you just moved up in the scale.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
these numbers like 101 right there, if somebody started at 35,000 and change, and 15 years from now, if there were no cost of living increases, he'd be making 45,600, something correct.
Right.
That would be ideally if you're progressing them based on an annual.
Yeah, but in that 15-year period, there's going to be some cost of living increases and everything.
One of the main things that Alex was really pushing for was to raise our minimum. You got to realize our minimum was still 28, I think. I mean, and that was not, or it might have been even lower. That was not a sustainable salary for anybody, for anything. For a full-time employee, we just didn't feel like even a custodial position or in the bottom grades, we needed to raise those and try to get a more sustainable pay grade system. And I think the schools have done the same issue. Yes, you can't compete, so therefore we're all in the same battle. We're trying to bring our people up and move forward. But it is a combination, and the reality is, it's a fiscal combination too, because if we don't have the money, it's like those first 5 years when we did the study, we implemented it or tried to, we couldn't fully, and then for years, we didn't have anything we could do. We just sat there, it just sat on the shelf.
So in December, between now and December, you're gonna give us the numbers of what this would actually cost, and your recommendation is to have a clean swipe, get it done.
If you can, fiscally, make that happen, then yes, ideally that would bring you to a market competitive position. Because what you're running up against now is you have open positions, some of them stay open for quite some time, or you have people that are making decisions. They're making employment decisions on, do I want to stay here when the culture's great, I like the benefits, but ultimately in a market with inflationary market and all the other pressures that are going on, being able to make this one-time adjustment would make you market competitive, and then you're going to have an opportunity to compete for the next generation of talent, to retain the talent that you've got and go out and recruit the talent that you need to provide the service levels that you want to provide. And right now, I would say, overall, you're 3% behind market on average. So it's not where everyone is going to be recommended for some large increase. What this is going to do is those inequities that you have currently throughout your entire organization, it's going to correct those and give you an opportunity moving forward to be competitive as an organization.
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. We will present a administrative. We would rather defer.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but it seems like to me the compression argument collapses if you have several years where you can't fiscally give raises and you have a position come open that you've got to hire, and you got to hire at the pay rate that the person that's been there 3 years is already making. Then the whole thing collapses, in my opinion. So what's the point?
Well, we're hoping going forward that won't happen. I mean, that's, of course, any pay plan, that's our goal, that they will move across for tenure. That's our goal.
But I understand what you're saying, but it's better than what we have now.
Yes.
That's the point, I guess.
And if you're able to give those cost of living adjustments, then your current staff is going to progress. If you're able to give those cost of living adjustments, they will progress. If you can give those merit increases, they're going to progress to where when you are looking to bring in that new employee, well, if I'm the person that just started here today, after 5 years, I should have progressed. And then if you bring in that new person, they're going to start at the minimum. There's your gap. That's where hopefully you don't recreate that wage compression. But you're right. If you implement this and you change nothing and you go 4 or 5 years without providing any increases, you're exactly right. You're going to be closer back to where you are.
Right. And there's no point in tracking where that person should be in 3 or 4 years. There's no point in even doing that, right? I mean, if I've been here for 4 years and there were no raises given, is there any point in knowing where I would have been if the raises were given? No. Because that money's gone. I'm never going to see that.
Well, hopefully you'll see it now because we'll get you there to where you should have been.
I don't mean to be. I hope I'm not asking dumb questions.
The state has the same issue.
The other generally speaking, I would concur with you. The alternative to that would be if you had resources, you could distribute the resources in a non-even fashion, whereby the person who didn't get it for 3 or 4 years would get a higher percent than the general population.
That's something quite unique in government. You realize that.
The biggest thing I want to see out of this whole thing is the starting salary 4, 5, 6 years ago for a certain employee I know was way below what it is now. But yet that person, even though he's got cost of living raises and everything along the way, is only $1,000, $1,500 above what a new person walking in the door would start with at today. And so that's the biggest thing I want to see addressed across the board here. And then, of course, implementation, the rest of it sounds good too.
And that's part of that compression right there.
The point is, this is something that is needed to be done. And it's a good thing for our county, for our employees, that we, have this plan, if you will, now. So, yeah, I mean.
And
I
not
was
going,
just
as Alex
asking
said, waiting 10
I just want to
years.
make sure I understood how
And
this
I mean,
thing works.
The minimum I mean, this is a wonderful thing. This
Right.
pay scale, I mean, just speaking for me that works with employees every day, I'm very excited about it.
Right.
I'm very excited for our employees. Now, we've just got to make sure that we physically can, going forward. And that's what we'll come back to you in December. And Alex and I are looking very closely at all the numbers.
And I guess the only other thing I'm concerned about is if I'm an employee here, who do I have to be concerned about that's keeping up with my progression? What do I get lost in the system somewhere where somebody forgets about, oops, I forgot Glenn had been here 5 years? You understand what I'm saying? How do we track that? Don't we have some kind of computer program or something that you can plug everybody into, and every year you get a report that says, okay, this is where Glenn should be based on?
We don't have a computer report.
This is,
this
is called Call Judy.
I'm just wondering,
Call
we got,
Alex.
how many employees you say we had?
200.
We got 200 employees.
Well, about
It's under 200
238.
full-time.
Well,
So
here, and
who's-
then if you
yeah.
count social
Who's keeping
services.
track of each and every single employee?
Staff is trying to.
I
I mean, but the reality is every few years, Glenn, you're gonna need to go back and do this. And as Alex said, not wait 10 years. You should be trying to do this every 4 or 5 years. So you kind of stay current and you don't get what we did. But I mean, we didn't have, for years, it wasn't any point in tracking it. We didn't have any money to give anybody anything. I mean, what was the point of tracking anything when you didn't give a raise for 5 years? And we literally didn't. And for a number of years, I sat down a few years ago and went back all the way to 2008. It was a number of years there. It was about a part of 10 years. We might have got a grand total of 6% out in 10 years. And that was all told everything. I mean, it wasn't good. And one time we got a 5% raise.
VRS.
Yeah.
When
VRS.
The
And we
VRS, and
made
then you had to
less money.
pay. You had to pay income tax on the 5% VRS. So actually, everybody made less money that year. So I mean, there were years that this has happened. So we're trying to play catch up, and I think they've done all the work.
And for many years, only thing the employees got many years is whatever the state gave.
Right.
We didn't move anybody along, and that's what's happened here. That's
what your compression
that's what
came
the
from.
compression is. It's been huge for many
But
years.
I'm probably just overthinking. It's the accountant in me, excuse me.
I think you're asking great questions,
Yeah.
and look, you understand that the decisions that you make ultimately are going to impact real people. These numbers relate to real people that are providing real services for constituents, right? So I think it's good that you're asking these questions, and the board should be commended because at implementation, quite frankly, not only are the employees going to show that they're being valued and that they're going to be moved into a position where they know they're paid competitively, but the service levels for your constituents, they know that they're going to be served by the best, most talented folks that are being paid a competitive wage. And that's when public government works best.
Right.
But I think this is a good thing because potential is a lot better than no concern at all. So at least we have, Mr. Alex, a concern for our citizens that work for us and try to put it in the potential. Because if we didn't, then the morale of the people would fall. So now they have hope going forth. And then everything has to be based on the economic value. But again, there's a potential and there's a concern.
All right. Well, Rob, thank you.
Grateful for the opportunity, y'all. Thank you very
so
much.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Gottschalk, legislative agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this summer, we sent out a call to department directors, agency heads, constitutional officers, board members, to solicit topics that might be needed to be reviewed or recommended by this board in this county to our senator and our delegate in Richmond for the forthcoming 2023 session. In the intervening time, I did receive responses from several departments, several board members, and compiled them together in this legislative agenda. The legislative agenda is I'd say it's pretty common among governments in Virginia to do this. Not everyone does it. but a large swath do, include a number of counties, to just make sure that they are in alignment with their representation and able to inform their elected representatives in Richmond of the priorities and the matters of concern to the county. So the packet included here, just to go over a number of topics, we divided it into 3 segments. First, we have general policy statements. These are quick hitters. These are items that are of significance statewide, where we're just adding to the chorus. The 4 on this segment is, number 1, continued support for Commonwealth funding for school construction. We got $450 million competitive solicitation this year in the budget of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We'd like to see that continue. There will be casino money that's coming eventually. The casino money is probably going to be about $100 million a year, so well short of the $450 million. So we just would like to see the legislators continue to look at Commonwealth assistance in that matter, especially as we have multiple other schools that we still have to construct. The second one would be our support for the compromise that was reached in relation to the grocery tax local option. This is $1 million revenue source for the county. At large, 85% of that comes back to the county government, 15% to the towns. So making sure that we still retain the local option for that revenue source. The third one, it relates to the trails. There's going to be a whole bunch of trail money forthcoming. We'd like to see that the Tobacco Heritage Trail gets taken care of. And I must say that the Commonwealth Transportation Board has heard that message already and has designated the trail as a priority trail. So continuing to make sure that the trail is viewed by the people in Richmond as an important source for recreation, for exercise, for community cultural. That would be imperative, and so we'd like to see them continue to get attention. And then the last one would be the General Assembly made a 4-year commitment to increase the amount of state funds that go towards supporting local libraries. And they funded $2.5 million in this current year's budget. And so to come back to that and continue to honor their commitment over a 4-year period to raise that to where it should have been, but as with the last conversation we just had in here, many governments over the years have not met the commitments that they made in terms of setting over time. We will continue to raise this, and then economic struggles intervened, and that didn't occur. So to correct that, we support that. The second one was specific legislative requests. The first one is a topic that has come before the 911 Emergency Services Committee before. It's about making sure that North Carolina service providers can provide emergency services in Virginia, even if they are not Virginia companies. So right now, at present, the Commissioner of Health has to approve everybody as a Virginia entity. What we've heard and what we would like to see is that even if they are certified by North Carolina standards, that is sufficient to allow them to operate as a primary respondent here in the Commonwealth. And so we have asked, I will acknowledge this is going to be probably a multi-year fight. This is not going to be something that's the General Assembly is going to take action on this year. But if we have a sustained legislative strategy around this, then that's going to be the path forward. At this point, we are going to get bill language drafted by DLS. I wrote a draft bill. We've already got we've got Senator Ruff and Delegate Wright agreed to send it to the Division of Legislative Services to get the legal sufficiency on it. And so they've already, we've met with them and they've already agreed to transmit this forward. They won't introduce it this session, but they'll at least get the legal eyes on it to start the process. The second EMS related one is the Department of Health actually is going forward with an administrative bill that will do a number of things, designate EMS as an essential service here in the Commonwealth, that will make it incumbent upon local boards to have to designate a service provider. It doesn't have to be the county themselves, although that will be the case in some local governments, but just making sure that everybody in the Commonwealth has some kind of agency, whether it's public, nonprofit, private, that is responsible for them. And then also the tantalizing opportunity is that this bill will conduct a study for how the Commonwealth can provide additional assistance to localities in order to provide EMS, whether that be, again, be the counties directly or whether it be a nonprofit service provider. This has not been reviewed in almost 2 decades in the Commonwealth. Of course, they provide numerous resources for law enforcement, for fire, and so the intent of the Department of Health would be to have a similar pool of resources that is dedicated purely to EMS. And so hopefully they will take that favorably. If there's ever any pot of money that gets adopted, it will always be to our benefit, especially as we've onboarding service providers. So we are willing to join our voice to this and support the administration bill in order for hopefully one day to get money in order to sustain our service delivery better. And then the last one is a specific budget item. For the last 2 years, the Commonwealth has provided assistance to the Weed Council in order to study and treat the emergent threat of Lingbia. We would like to see that appropriation, that specific earmark, continue. Perhaps increase, because obviously inflation has hit chemicals as well as anywhere else. So what the purchasing power of the previous appropriation buys less acreage than they intended. There's a dialogue going on right now to see whether it's more appropriate to just continue the funding or to actually go forward and advance it. For this purposes, we're asking for advancement, but that will be revisited depending on circumstances of the General Assembly. So that's the package at this time. Of course, the governor's introduced budget has not come out yet. That won't be till December. That might influence future requests that we may make. You can be sure that the moment it comes out, I'll be reading all probably 600 something pages of it. So if we have anything further, we'll let you know. But that's where our legislative package is at this time.
Okay, excellent. Anybody got any questions about?
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say thank you, Alex. He's worked tremendously hard on this, and I think he's tried to get the pulse of everything that we seem to need, and he's always on top of the legislative agendas and knows what's going on, so I think that's been a huge asset to us. Thank you.
Huge asset to Wayne.
All right, so yeah, we need a motion to adopt this agenda. All right, we have a motion to adopt the legislative agenda for the 2023 General Assembly session. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right. Election of hazardous duty benefits for EMS. Who's conducting this? Alex?
I can start off with this. So this is primarily going to be a board discussion today. I just want to give a brief overview. So right now, hazardous duty is a designation that the General Assembly has given to certain local government employee classifications, namely law enforcement, so whether that be sheriff or police, fire, and then EMS. And they defer it to the governing body to elect whether the governing body would like to provide these hazardous duty benefits to its employees in those classifications. What hazardous duty would mean is there's really 3 major components of hazardous duty. The first component is that it allows you to retire after either you can get an unreduced benefit, as it's called, either age 60 and 5 years of service or age 50 and 25 years of service. The second one being far more common. The intent of that is designed in order to allow providers, because most EMS, most law enforcement come in their early 20s. It's a very physically draining, high demand, stressful job, to give a full career of service and also to cycle out at an age in which they are still reasonably able to do physical activity. So that way we don't have law enforcement that can't, in other words, chase people. I mean, that's kind of where the intent came from back 50 years ago when this was created. So that's the number one benefit. That's a contrast to somebody like me, who's a new hybrid employee, comes in. My retirement for an unreduced benefit is based on what's called the rule of 90. So some combination of age and service that equals 90. So whether I'm 60 and work 30 years or any other variation. So as you can see, that's a huge benefit, 50 and 25 years versus somehow adding up to 90. So that's number one. Number two is you get the benefit also of retiring at 50 and 25 or some combination thereof, 55 and 30, whatever it may be, is you get a monthly contribution from the Commonwealth that's about totals in a year about, I think it's 14,000 or somewhere in that vicinity. That's designed to help enhance your ability to survive in the point between when you retire and when you're eligible for Social Security. So it's pretty much, you can view it as a extended Social Security payment for these people who have given service to the local communities. The third very important benefit from hazardous duty is you get an enhanced retirement multiplier. So for me, it's my retirement calculation for a monthly benefit would be you take my salary for the last 5 years, average that out, then you times that by the years of service in the system, and then you times that by 1%, which is my retirement multiplier. And then, of course, divide by 12 for monthly. Whereas if you elect hazardous duty, the hazardous duty employee has the 5 years average contribution, 5-year salary average, same. So that's the same. The years of service, that's the same. But then they multiply it by 1.7% rather than 1%. So you get a much higher retirement credit if you're designated as hazardous duty. So those are the three primary benefits for what hazardous duty is and what it would do. If the board was to elect hazardous duty, the corresponding outcome is that it will cost the county significantly more in order to provide those benefits. They're generous benefits as previously outlined, and so the local government has to pay for that. And so what happens is that the VRS employer contribution for the entire Mecklenburg County would then go up in order to pay off this extra cost that is incurred. And so there's no way of truly knowing until it's done, but I was able to do a couple calculations based on different variables, and my estimate is that it would increase the entire employer contribution rate for every single employee in the organization by somewhere between 2% to 4%, which would be an annual cost of about between $300,000 and $500,000 that we would have to pay as an organization annually in additional retirement costs to VRS for our workforce. That, of course, over time will go up as people get higher salaries. That will increase the amount of money that the percentage is based off of. There's a lot of other variables at play, though, so it's very hard to compute that for a long term because there's mortality assumptions, there's investment returns, there's any number of variables that ultimately influence this. Two recent elections by counties in the last year averaged 2.18% increase for their total employee contributions. So that's kind of the range we're looking at if the board so elects.
What other localities do this around?
I'm not sure the exact who provides it in the immediate vicinity. Almost everybody does it for law enforcement. It's a mixed bag for fire and EMS because most people have not had fire and EMS in the counties.
Can you get that information?
Dinwiddie
for
does.
us?
Dinwiddie does. No other adjoining county to us until you get to, say, City of Danville, somewhere like that, Suffolk, Chesapeake.
One of the people who recently elected to do this, Isle of Wight in New Kent County, are some of the recent people to elect. So you're getting, as people are taking on more and more EMS and fire with paid services, they're starting to come on board. But most of the counties do not have that as a governmental function at this time, and therefore they would not have any enhanced duty, hazardous duty benefits.
I know Richmond County does it down on the Middle Peninsulas. I think Westmoreland does too, John. So they provide EMS. Halifax doesn't provide EMS yet. They're going to next year. Charlotte's going to next year also. So we're going to be going up in competition with at least two of our adjoining property owner counties.
I mean, that's important
Yeah,
information.
because they're both in the same time frame we are. I've talked with their county administrators. They will be taking over departments July 1 of this coming year. Lunenburg, I don't think is yet. Brunswick has done one. Central is the only one I think they've got so far. Right, but they do not provide that service yet. What it would allow you to do is pick the best of everybody because it's an added benefit that you're going to have. If not, and I think you were doing this on 35 employees?
30.
30, okay, which is going to be enough for at least probably 3 squads, part of a fourth. So we're looking at this as a possible benefit package, just like we do on the insurance.
Can you narrow the numbers down, what it costs in the beginning, what it would cost 5 years from now and 15 years from now?
We absolutely cannot provide you 5 or 15 years. There's no possible way. VRS can't give it. We couldn't give it. There's no way.
Yeah, well, because one of the things is, Jim, okay, that's going to change every year you give a pay raise because it's total pay. So when he says they went up 2.2% basically, if you give another $100,000 in pay raises this year, then you just went up that money.
But it's based on things.
We can make a decision without having some short-term numbers on it.
Right. I think you're looking at that 2.2%. So you're looking at somewhere in that 350,000 range. It's probably your ballpark. That's going to get you, it won't be that much because that was based on 30 employees. Right now, we're probably looking at 16 to 20 employees for EMS. I'm looking at Debbie and John and seeing, and they're going, yes. So you're looking at that the first year. So you wouldn't even see all of it because you wouldn't have some of those employees. The more employees you add, for example, we're adding 4 more employees for the sheriff's office for the SRO grants. And then we're adding, replacing others. So you just added 4 more bodies there. All these things, as we keep adding bodies, it's that total body count. So it's full-time employees. So that's
Total VRS payroll.
yeah, so it doesn't count any of your part-timers. So like what we do at library, besides the full-time employees in libraries, convenience centers, none of those count. Just want to make sure everybody understands that. But you're looking at, in the beginning, $300,000. That's my gut estimate, and I could have told you that if it hadn't been for Alex's work. But I mean, he sat there and giving you the 2 to 4, so.
Yeah, I would say I'm most confident in the projection that would yield about 2.5%. That's where I think for 30. Yeah.
And I think too, one of the biggest things we're running into in EMS is recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
The pool of EMS providers out there is shrinking drastically because one, the older ones are getting burnt out with it. When COVID hit, all the older ones that could leave left. And it created such a vacuum that you just have any county now is struggling to find providers. We're very blessed here. We've got a paramedic program that's here. We teach EMT classes that's here, and that's helping us keep some providers. But when you're looking at the counties around us that are getting ready to be in the same boat we in and taking on EMS agencies, I know we've got to look at it from a fiscal side too, but we've also got to look at it from a provider side too, that we want to provide the best coverage for the citizens of our county that we can, and this will set us apart from anybody that's around us. And we've talked about it. I know when John and them went to Dinwiddie, they made the comment that they have a lot of people from Mecklenburg that work in Dinwiddie. and they love our providers because they're well-trained and they hire them every day. And we want to be able to offer the same benefits to have those providers come work here in Mecklenburg. And
All right, so how do we proceed, Alex?
Well, so in my mind, this would be a board conversation and decide whether you do want to provide this or not. If you do want to provide this, then we have prepared a resolution that would need to be enacted. If you don't want to proceed with it, then the resolution is moot and the conversation, at least in the interim, is over. It always could be revisited. You could revisit it every month until it's elected. But so that would be, it's up to the pleasure of the board whether you would like to elect it or not. So at this point, I'm deferring to the board to have a conversation on whether you would like to or not.
Well, I tell you, Mr. Tanner, myself, we would like to.
We'd like to.
Oh, what you gonna do the rest of us?
well, and two, as you said, I think that this would make us stand out among the other agencies when we're trying to hire and recruit people. And I just feel that if we're going to provide this service to the people that protect us, I think we should look at it for the same service to the people that take care of us.
Right.
And I'm willing to make the motion to move forward with this.
All right, so you're making the motion that we adopt the resolution?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think the way we had scheduled it would be a motion to proceed to the resolution.
Okay.
And then we'll go over the
So
resolution
move to that.
itself.
A motion to proceed to the resolution.
All right, motion to proceed to the resolution.
Thank you for keeping me straight.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Okay, so the resolution as we drafted it would do the following items. Number one, you would elect to provide the benefits and transmit that election to VRS so that VRS can set their systems. The second one would be set the multiplier at 1.7%, which is in line with where the county is currently for law enforcement. The next thing would be the resolution defines who is eligible for the benefit. So it's people who would be the frontline service providers, regardless of what we end up calling them, whether we call them technicians, paramedics, so on and so forth. It would, at this point, it would be the captain and it would be the training coordinator if the training coordinator does physical activity and training in the field and on site. If there was ever a point where the training coordinator was simply like a more of administrative, keeping a log and not doing anything, then they wouldn't be eligible. It's only if they're actually, doing some kind of stressful endurance and activity as part of their job. So that would be the one component. The other component would be the board would be designated to county administration to correctly define who to VRS who is eligible and who is not, and it would not allow the the EMS department itself to make those designations. It would be the administration,
right,
and it would be mainly Judy in this case who would be the one who would be doing that to VRS. So that kind of gives that kind of checks and balances on that. The other component related to that would be there would be no authorization for any administrative person to get this benefit, whether that be any kind of, you might have in the future, you might have senior level positions that are administrative only. They wouldn't get it. If you had an administrative assistant or some kind of,
assurance,
yeah,
that type stuff.
those would not get it.
Well, you say this, but what if somebody, you brought it up just a few minutes ago, a person is in a manager position and they're out in the field also with the training and they would qualify. But as the department grows, they turn into more just administration. Right. Do you lose it once you get it?
Yes.
So that would be, so yes. So one of the last component of this would be it's up to the board. So like take the captain, for example. Right now, the captain's going to be very active. They're going to be in the field. They're going to be a primary responder, the whole works. In your scenario here, the board, when it hires a future captain, would tell that captain, no, you don't qualify as part of the offer letter because you're an administrative officer at that point.
One of the best ways I can do it in the prison system when somebody moves from a jail position up to, just say, the warden, if they're not interacting with the inmates, they don't get it. If they're administrative, they don't get it. So same way with this. If they move up to an administrative position and they're not fighting fire, or they're not doing EMS care, they wouldn't get it.
For example, when we hit the jail, all the correctional officers got it, okay? Sheriff does not. He's not expected to be out back there fighting anybody. There are some people that are exempt, some are not. But the reality is, when we took them to the regional jail, it's the same thing as Tom said. Ms. Tanner, the warden cannot get it. They're not expected that. They're an administrator. The staff in administration do not get it. It is only for those people who are directly interacting with the inmates. The majors do, because they are in the back. They qualify. If they're back there and they interact with them, you do. If you don't, no. If you're a major who stays in the administration, you don't get it.
And I think Alex just wanted this to be in there just to make sure that if somebody moved from a hands-on position to an administrative position, that we as the board, but also that person would understand you will lose this benefit.
Right. That was
when
my
you go
next
to
question.
that.
You'd lose the benefit.
Right, when you go to that
So the
position.
money that has already been paid out would just stay in the pool.
Correct.
But also, let's say you had someone who moved in and from a position that didn't have it, went in, they qualify, their money hadn't been in there for those years. Now, if they were not in VRS, it wouldn't make a difference. But if they were in a VRS position and then they moved over to that, they qualify for their years in VRS. So if you went from administration to a provider,
right,
and you'd done administration for 15 years, if I understand correctly, you got that 15-year credit in your system when the date when you started doing it for 12 months. So you didn't pay into it, so it's that double-edged sword. That's how the pool works.
There's a form that they can fill out that they basically take to their previous employer that says, I've been in this hazardous duty position, and they get the credit for it.
Certified by the employer.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a double-edged sword.
So, if I came from a locality that did not have this and I was hands-on, and I came to Mecklenburg and I'm still hands-on, is my years in the previous locality count toward the VRS?
Drawing card for you coming here.
It is
Only if you were in VRS.
Right.
If you have a private retirement with some let's say it's City of Danville. City of Danville has their own. No, it doesn't qualify.
Okay.
Your years of City of Danville don't go in VRS.
But if I was in VRS in another county and came here, it would. I would get all that years of service would be credited to me, right?
Correct, Judy?
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a form they have to fill out to get that service
Is
credit.
this all time sensitive? I mean, like,
No.
we need to pass it this meeting?
No. No.
All right, so, did you make a motion?
I made the motion to move to this resolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
I'm
we
making a motion to do the presentation of the resolution.
So you're making a motion to adopt the resolution?
Right.
Okay.
I got one little question.
Sure.
While we're discussing. I think this is 100% something we need. I don't know how we can really not go forward with this. But I've yet to hear one word of discussion on the funding. Is it there? You feel comfortable with $500,000, $300,000 to $500,000? That's a start. Forever? I mean, that's gonna change and go up.
Oh, I know. It's going to go up.
I'm all for this, but we haven't even heard anything from that side.
Oh, no, I mean, we haven't started on our budget yet. It's like a lot of things. We're doing this stuff based upon the growth we're getting. I'll go over building permits with you in a little bit. We're getting good growth for Microsoft, thank goodness. That's where your growth's at. But you're also getting good growth everywhere else. So when we look at those building permits again this month, you can see how you're growing, okay? I don't know what's going to happen in 2 years. Contractors I'm talking to are looking at me going, they are just wide open for the next 2 years. That's as far as they can see. And everything else. So I believe the money will be there, but I can't guarantee you anything until May.
And part
I mean,
of
that's on anything. I can't.
Well, and the salaries and stuff we're having to take on, we're taking on anyway.
Hope for the best.
The extra.
That's what you need to be doing.
That's what I'm doing.
And we did set aside some money
Well, that's what he's
for
going to be
this
doing.
initial part when we did the split with the elementary school and the funding for the MS, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so we have some there for the initial start, and I get what you're saying. It's a long-term thing, but all of their salaries are going to be long-term too. And
And that's just it. When you take over July 1, you're going to have to.
It's your baby forever.
It's your baby. And you're going to hire 16 employees. So just use that as an even number, or 20. You're going to hire 20 employees. Whether you got the money or not, you're going to hire 20 employees. You're going to find the money.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a choice. Ultimately, I guess the question is this, whether that's 600,000 or 700,000 or 800,000 or 9, we've got to, you all, I think, want to provide the best services for your people that you can. And you don't want to have empty spaces on squads, not calls being answered, because that gives you a whole different set of issues that y'all gonna have to deal with.
July 1st, it's our baby.
One way or another, whether we got the money or not, it's our baby. We'll have the money. And like you said, we did set aside money for that. We've set aside $1 million. So that starts us, but that's just a part of it.
That's for 1 year, though.
All right, so we have a motion, and I will read the title of this. I'm having to use my phone. My iPad just died. That means we've been here too long. This is a resolution to elect the provision of hazardous duty benefits to emergency medical technicians. Yes. So that is the motion to adopt that resolution. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All right. EMS committee report.
Don't we have another resolution to develop the resolution of definition or define?
Yes.
Nope, I
It
think,
was all included.
It was all in the same one?
inclusive.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
All right, so thank you, sir. That's what you get for talking out of order, don't you? The Emergency Service Committee met on Monday, November the 7th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at Board Supervisors Conference Room. Members present with myself, Chairman, Tom Tanner, Charles Jones, also present Glenn Barber, Sterling Wilkerson, Claudia Yolande, David Brinkley, Jim Jennings, Ben Duncan, John Taylor, Debbie Osborne, Alex Goshaw, and Wayne Carter. The chairman called the meeting to order. Mr. Duncan presented 2 estimates for the upgrade of the 911 console for the emergency dispatch center. Mr. Duncan is recommending to the board the estimate received from Russ Bassett Corporation at a cost of $82,914.33. I would like to stop right there, Mr. Chairman, and present that as the motion of acceptance, please.
All right, you've heard the motion. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
All right. Mr. Duncan presented the committee 2 estimates received for a new recording system. Mr. Duncan is recommending to the committee the estimate from Carolina Recording System at a cost of $63,010. I would like to stop there again and to recommend to acceptance of this as a motion, sir.
You've heard that motion. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
No further bids. The meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Carter.
I will attempt to be quick. I will show you.
Is that a promise?
No. One of the questions you had about the growth, Mr. Jennings, I want y'all to look at the building permits. We're still steady holding. We're actually ahead. If you looked at new houses from a year ago, you got one more than that. You got one more mobile home. You got more alterations, more other structures. The kicker, of course, is Microsoft. The last 2 months, they have been through the roof getting building permits, both at all the campuses, pretty much. And that's your extra growth you're looking at. And of course, we don't count for that because we still budget the same way I was taught. Randolph Jones told me, don't count them coming till you see the concrete poured and the steel going up. Because guess what? They can change. Mm-hmm. If you don't believe it, see what's happened to the tech industry over the last few months. And Robert Gregory has told me, don't count on the money till you see it coming in the bank. That's why your budgets, you've always had surpluses, because we're not going to be looking at, we use best guess estimates, but they've really gone through the roof this past few months, okay? So I feel comfortable that when he does this budget this year, Alex does it, that you're gonna have that kind of money, okay, to take care of these things. It's slow growth, though. You gotta realize, they're getting permits now. Those buildings won't be finished until probably 2024. Okay, so it's just not like it just drops in there. Ed will tell you that. It's an 18-month 12 to 18-month period. Then they got to put servers in. This is going to be over years, which is what you want. You don't want it all hit at once. So that's still good. Zoning permits are also still holding up. You have the animal warden's report. If you have any questions on those. Sheriff's report. Right at 400 tickets total for the month. And of course, you've got his business checks are well over 1,000, as they are every month, and total 2,160 checks all told, or calls for service. You do have Southside Behavioral Health Report if you have any questions. We do want to remind everybody, December 12th, campaign finance training, okay? 3 o'clock here. Please come. For anybody in the towns you know, we'll make sure we have it for everybody. The person from the state will be here. So looking forward to that. Hopefully y'all can get everything straight on that. Mr. Hendricks has a final plat. 3 lots.
We'll share.
I've already seen it.
We've already seen it. We've already seen it.
Thanks, man.
Good shit.
This is to finish up the Sandy Ridge subdivision up in Sandy Fork. They first presented a 5-lot minor subdivision, and then they came back with the other 3 lots, which made it a major subdivision. They also provided a utility site. We changed it from a disposal site. It is in with compliance of the subdivision ordinance. Also, with the other 5 lots not being rezoned, the Plan Commission under Article 7-5-2.1 has the right to waive the rezoning of the other 3 lots by the developer, which they agreed to do, to leave it all as ag.
All right.
Any questions?
No, sir.
All right.
Any
So we
questions?
need a motion to approve the final plat.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion to approve this final plat of Sandy Ridge Estates, lots F, G, and H. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, then, next we have the renumbering of Mayfield Drive out by the old Boynton Elementary School. Since the school board no longer uses the circles and everything as a student facility, they want to take those out of the system and renumber the actual roads that are there. We'll also have some more, I think we did up at the high school, very similar to this. So we need a motion to do this, so it'll be on record, so that one day when somebody asks for this 20 years from now, we can show them we did it.
All right, do I have a motion?
So move.
And we have a motion to, renumbering Route 9468 Mayfield Drive. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, you have the jail report. Unfortunately, we continue to lose officers. We have not caught up at all. We have increased salaries, we have Leo, we have everything, just like the gym, and we can't get bodies.
Yeah.
And that's an ongoing concern. We're gonna go back and discuss that in December, the executive committee, to see what else we can come up with, to try to change that. It's not just here. I don't know of any correctional facility across the state that's having any numbers.
What I would add to that is, so the regional jail did a survey of all other regional jails in the Commonwealth regarding salaries. 16 of the 24 responded, and the average salary was 44,000 some change across the Commonwealth. The regional jail here is 45,000. So they're definitely in line with where everyone else is at. It's not as if the regional jail here is so far behind all of their competitors.
We're where we need to be. It's just trying to find the bodies to do it. And I think what they're running into, they'll get somebody that sees the salary and they'll come in and go, yeah, I want to do this. And when the balls clink, it's like, I don't want to be back here. And it's just, it's hard to keep them in there. And they're working, they're trying to figure out, the executive committee is going to meet and discuss the Mecklenburg facility. We know it's a issue for our officers that have to take inmates all the way to Alberta, and they're going to discuss it. I don't know that we're going to be able to change anything in the near future, but they are going to sit down and talk about it.
Okay. All right.
I want to thank Alex and Tom for covering the other day at the meeting because I was out sick, so thank y'all.
They missed you.
Thank you. Finally, I guess we'd like to introduce our new EMS director.
Absolutely.
If one, I guess
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Hargrove.
Hargrove, this is your baby.
Mr. John, that's backup. Will you please introduce her?
This is Debbie Osborne. She's currently with Mecklenburg Rescue. She'll be coming on with us next week, I believe. And she's doing the EMS captain.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Debbie has served the citizens of the west end of the county a number of years. We'll just go with more than two. More than two. Okay. So, thank y'all. That's all I have.
All right, thanks, sir. Okay, you have in your packet the Roanoke River Service Authority minutes, their August meeting. That's informational purposes. We have some appointments.
Can I mention one thing on that?
Yes, you may.
We did, it's in here, we did award the contract for the tank and bracing. So everything, it came in under
Okay.
budget a little bit. So we were looking forward to that. So that will be moving forward in the very near future.
Okay, excellent. Okay. First appointment we need to consider is Mr. Tom Emery has resigned from the local Social Services Board. His term is due to expire next June 30, 2023. Does anyone have a candidate for that position?
None has been turned into staff that I'm aware of so that we could send out to
Talked
you
to a
all.
couple of people, but none of them have
So
gotten
if
me
you can
anything
find
back.
someone, hopefully at the December meeting, we'll try to get that done.
All right.
Okay. Has the local board, have they got any of the current board members know of someone you?
No, sir. Not that I've heard of.
Okay. All right. Next,
I believe they meet quarterly, don't they?
Once a month.
Once a month. All right, so next we need to find Alex some things to do, so.
Absolutely.
So we need to appoint him as an alternate to Mr. Carter.
Currently, Mr. Tanner is the alternate on VGA.
For the jail.
Oh, for the jail, sorry. And again, no, he's a member. I need someone to
needs an
replace me.
alternate.
I need an alternate, so we'd like to put him in as that.
Okay,
right now.
so we need to appoint Alex as an alternate to.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. We ain't gonna give him a chance to back out.
Motion to appoint, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next, we need to appoint Mr. Gottschalk to an alternate to Mr. Carter on the Virginia Growth Alliance Board.
So moved.
You heard the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All right, congratulations, Alex.
Since I went to both of them last week, you know.
That's right.
All right, you also have in your packet the consent calendar. If there are no questions concerning that, I need a motion to adopt it as presented.
Move to adopt, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to adopt consent calendar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we need to go back and revisit that zoning deal.
Yeah, that must,
I
yeah.
think
I'm glad you thought of it.
Russell has the language, has the word.
He's
That was so
smiling on-
long ago, I forgot all about it.
Forgot to.
Trust me, I did too. He told me.
He nudged it.
All right, so,
The one for
What?
rezoning application.
that was
for
the Wilson Ray.
Yeah, the rezoning application.
All right, so,
Go ahead, Mr. Sladen.
Okay. I think these were the three conditions you wanted. Number one, business operations shall be conducted only between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Number two, all material now stored on the property shall be removed or stored within the building before the permitted business commences, and once cleaned, no material shall be maintained on the property outside the building. Number three, patrons of the business shall not block access afforded by driveways serving adjoining properties.
That's it.
Okay.
So moved.
So that's,
Did an excellent job.
that's Mr. Tanner's motion concerning the, what's his name again? Wilson Ray rezoning application. Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us, Russell.
Yeah, really. Okay, board member matters. Let's see. Mr. Jones, why don't you go ahead?
Well, I just like to maybe take a minute and remember Connie Torres. I don't know if all of y'all were familiar with her. She passed a couple weeks ago. She was the one that originally started the Thanksgiving turkey dinner for everyone at the community center that all the churches contributed to, and just a fine woman. She also was vice mayor on the Clarksville Town Council and served the community well doing that too. And hate to say it, but they're not going to have the dinner this year, is what I'm hearing. And after the pandemic, I think things kind of got killed off, so to speak, because of people in close proximity to each other. But she did contribute greatly to the community. Also, just going back to the rendition of the new elementary school, love the design, like the fact that the gymnasium is not where you've got to walk in the pouring down rain out there to get to it. And yeah, it just, the building looks great, the design looks great. I'm glad that I'm on the Clarksville EDA and we gave them permission to go over there and cut that road over, which I think is critical to pass traffic. I mean, we needed that extra exit there. And I'll let everybody else hit on the other things that I know that the EMS stuff, what have you.
I don't have much just to hit on, Mr. Jones. It's really refreshing to see such another nice facility going into the county. It's amazing that we're in this position. We should definitely be thankful for that. And then what Mr. Nichols said, it's good to see an increase, the students in the schools. I mean, whether that be directly COVID related, we hopefully passed that, or our investments in this county are starting to pay off. That's a good sign, whichever way you look at that. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was, I think we need to do all we can as a board to encourage new businesses. I mean, we all know that, but I think it's a fine line. We need to respect and enforce the zoning ordinance, but also be sure not to inhibit new growth. I'm all about, consistent zoning. Okay, we have to do what we have to do, but we can't push it too far to where it might squash out some of these opportunities like we saw today, and who knows what else could be coming along. You just got to balance that line well, and we need to do our part as a board for that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Hargrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have much to say, but as I begin to look at Mr. Branco, and he put the ink pen in his mouth, so that means he's telling me don't say that, so I'm going to yield my time back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of like Mr. Hargrove here. Nobody said it yet. I can't believe 4 people and nobody said it. But anyway, go vote tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I will say, vote for policies, not personalities.
All right, Mr. Franklin?
Well, first and foremost, we need to keep Mr. Spain in our prayers and all. I mean, he's having a rough time right now, and I know, I feel real comfortable. I mean, he's been on here much longer than I have. He ain't never missed no 3 meetings in a row, and that's for sure and all. Sure. And the other thing, our county administrator, I don't think we could go nowhere in the county and find one, not in the county, but anywhere, and find one better than we got here today. And I really appreciate his, confidence that our growth is going to continue. And while I was thinking about that, Wayne, I got to thinking back about 7 months ago. I said something about making a motion about giving the people of the county back 1 cent. And I believe, and I'm concerned like Mr. Wilkins here about we rolling out 500,000, 300,000, which is all needed. I'm all in for that. But I think the words Mr. Carter said back then, I said, I think our growth will be good. And he said, well, we can do it, but I can tell y'all something. We come up $400,000 short. Don't y'all come looking at me. But we rolling 500, 300 out this morning, real regular. And
$2 million today.
And we got all the confidence in the world we're going to get it. And I do too. I believe we will. So with saying that, and I'll leave Mr. Carter alone. I love him to death. So I'm good.
And you see
All
what I
right,
mean?
Ms. Lundy?
Yeah. Again, we need to keep digging Spain in our prayers. I contact his wife occasionally. I would like for us to send a card, all signed by us, to him with a small donation. I'm not gonna specify that in the card from us, to help with his transportation. Nobody asked me to do this now, back and forth for his treatments to Richmond. And he is still a little weak, okay? I would like to thank Angie and also Tina for their continuing passion for their job. Tina was at the Chamber of Commerce on Tuesday of last week, and she went over everything that she had done in the last 4 years, and how she has grown the tourism program, and how many people have been through Mecklenburg County to be a small county compared to some of the larger counties. She did a great job. And also with Angie with the project in, I believe it's in Clarksville, she's bringing more people here for more jobs. Well, not bringing more people here, she's getting more jobs for us.
45.
Okay? I think it's 45 to 50, which is excellent. She worked very hard in doing this. Alex does a great job always, as I said. But we cannot help from going ahead with this hazardous duty benefit, because one of our jobs as board members, as this board, to provide health and safety for our citizens. And we don't have anybody to do that. You know, we're cutting short of our job and not providing them what they need. So we're gonna have to find that money somewhere. Had to raise the taxes a penny or something, but we're gonna have to raise that money. We don't have it because we need it. I know he's sticking with Blaylock. Every time we say anything with money, he brings, how you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it? Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, David, we just went from revenue neutral to like that in a moment.
Mr. Franklin said straight up in his chair.
Yeah,
You got the ticket.
You almost took my breath.
Thank you.
We ain't gonna find it.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to welcome Debbie to the, as our EMS captain. I think she's gonna be a huge asset to the county, and she's got a lot of work ahead of her. But I think we're off to a great start with that. Also, the announcement that Angie had with FiberX in Clarksville, I think that's gonna be huge, and hopefully we can continue on this roll to continue to bring jobs to the county. Also, as Mr. Jennings said, go vote tomorrow. It's your chance to get out there and be heard. And I would like to ask, I know Friday is Veterans Day. Are there any veterans here? Thank you for your service, sir. But also to recognize all our veterans that keep us safe.
Absolutely.
That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Spain, definitely keep him in our prayers. He's, I don't consider him just a colleague, he's a friend, a very dear friend. And Mr. Brankley bringing up Mr. Carter's remark about the taxes sort of reminded me of a guy I worked for when I first got out of college, and he walked around with a legal pad. And when we'd have meetings and stuff, he would write down what, everybody said and all. And so he'd walk into your office and he'd ask you a question and you'd give him an answer. And he'd say, well, wait a minute now. And he'd start flipping that pad back. That's not what you said when we talked. And you knew you were in trouble. When he started flipping that pad, you knew you were in trouble. So anyway. Okay, well, we do have to go into closed session for economic development matter. So we need a motion to go into closed session.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to go into closed session. All in favor, say aye.
We will be taking a break and having lunch back there first, and then you'll have your presentation.
Need a motion to certify closed session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to certify, all in favor say aye. Anything else to come before the board today? If not, we are adjourned.
Thank you.